The true Salt King is gay. I hope he kisses me. I hope we fall in love. We are in love.
Hello, everybody. Happy Sunday, y'all. Happy Sunday. What do we got? High quality honk. High quality honk. Hello, Captain Collateral. Hello, Pint. David, so good to see you. Lauren, so good to see you. Ro, hi, I see you. Miss Ro, as it were. Nathan, hello, 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 everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you're having a fantastic weekend so far. Yesterday I had a really nice day. I was out for the day. Designer honk, yes, high quality. I was out for the day. I got to Yo, Joes, welcome in. My face when the Sovereign is syndicated. True. I got to spend the day a little bit hanging out with some people and taking my new car for a drive, which was nice. It was nice to go and put a couple of kilometers on it. You know, get a good feel for it and spend some time with some folks. It was nice. It was very good. Today I'm rocking the Nothing Not shirt because mine came in. Of course, I had to get one for myself. I had to celebrate all of you and your amazing support of the Nothing stream. So we're rocking it today. And for everyone who already got theirs, because I know a few people have already gotten theirs in the mail as well. I hope you're enjoying them. As a reminder, you can still get yours, exclamation mark merch to the new merch store. And if you use the code Nothing2024, all of the Nothing merch is 15% off until April. So if you want to go get it and you want to get it for a deal, you can do that. But yeah, I'm very excited. I love the shirt. It's very soft. I'm happy with it. I knew that the new merch store was going to make amazing quality stuff, and they have delivered, and I'm very pleased with it. I'm in muted lurk mode because 2 different sets of neighbors have given me meltdowns in the last 2 days. Azura, I'm really sorry. I know that my captions are only okay, but I am sending you love, and I hope that you can relax a bit. Mwah. If you are back later, I'll be happy to see you, but please take care of yourself. I'm sorry that your neighbors are being the shittiest. But yeah, we are playing Sovereign Syndicate today. I'm very excited to be back to it. And Sovereign Syndicate is going to be the main game focus during the week going forward as well. So this is the last weekend that Sovereign Syndicate is the weekend. I slapped on the pedal. I hit the pedal by accident. Whoopsies. I accidentally twitched and switched the screen with my foot pedal. Whoops. What I was going to say is this is the last weekend that Sovereign Syndicate is the bonus stream. Now that Year of Yakuza is finished, it is taking over my slot as the Streamer's Choice game. So we will be playing, we will also be playing Sovereign Syndicate tomorrow night. So it's going to be taking the Monday slot going forward. This week coming up is going to be a little bit busy and a little bit hectic for me. Actually, we're not playing it Monday. We're playing it Tuesday. This is what I'm talking about. This week is a little crazy for me in terms of when things are happening. So our Monday stream is actually going to be on Tuesday. And I'm not sure yet if I have a Friday stream. I might be doing something Friday night. So what we're probably going to do is play Sovereign Syndicate on Tuesday and play Pyre on Wednesday so that we get both games in this week. But going forward, we'll be playing Sovereign Syndicate twice a week until we beat it, and Pyre once a week. And then we'll just kind of run it from there. I'm excited to get back into this game. I'm loving the story. I'm loving the writing. The characters are very fascinating. And I would say that even if Pella wasn't on the writing team, it's been a really, really enjoyable ride. And I'm looking forward to getting deeper into it. I don't really know if there's anything else particular to talk about. Just that kind of stuff. March this month, I will give a heads up, is extremely busy for me. My brother's bachelor party is this month, and then I am going to PAX East, actually. I'm going to PAX East for a couple of days, and I have a whole bunch of concerts this month, so there is going to be a lot of like awkwardness with the stream schedule this month, so I do apologize. So do be patient with me, but the streams are going to be a little bit all over the place this month. But of course, as always, I'll keep you all updated. Urban with the Soul Vault.
That's a lot of damage. No, that's a lot of damage.
We are doing a lot of damage to the schedule. That is true. I'm just going to be vibrating in the corner over One Fair. It is one of the few things that our shitty government has done correct. One Fair is amazing. The fact that it's not going to cost riders any extra money is really, really good. And in fact, it's just going to save you money. I'm really, really happy about One Fair for all the transit riders. And of course, One Fair gets implemented literally as I finally get my car, because it was, riding transit again was getting pricey for me, and I was like, it'd be nice if I didn't have to pay twice, and it rolls out, but my car showed up, so we'll just do that instead. That's my One Fare. My One Fare is the fucking car. But no, that for you, Pint, that's amazing. It saves you so much fucking money. And I'm really, really happy for you. And I'm happy for everybody else who this really, really benefits, because it benefits a lot of people in the city. Basically, for those of you who aren't in Toronto, it's in effect $2.60 to get to York Region. Shit. That's good. That's good. Basically, what it means is, like, in Toronto, there's the greater Toronto area. And so there's, like, Toronto Transit. And then there's, like, York Region Transit, which is to the north. And, like, other transit systems. And all the transit systems around Toronto all kind of play nicely, where, like, if you get on this area's transit and it crosses over to the other area's transit, they kind of rolled over it nicely. But Toronto itself, the central piece, didn't. You had to pay 2 fares. And it's been this big fight back and forth for a long time. And finally, now, the Ontario government has rolled in and made it so that they're going to supplement the loss in revenue for the transit systems to allow it to happen, which is what needed to happen. The cost needed to not be burdened on the riders, but instead be uploaded elsewhere. And that's finally being taken care of, and it's really good to see. And it makes public transit in the greater Toronto area so much more good for people who are commuting in and out of the city. Is it an election year? Is it an election year? I'm actually not sure. No, 2026, I think, is the next Ontario election. But, like, the fucking idiot needed to do something because his, people are getting real pissed off with all of his bullshit, so I'm not surprised. Seems like an election year thing. It does really feel like an election year thing, it's true, but surprisingly it's not. I mean, to be fair, the Ontario government is still a fucking shit show. They did one good thing. The rest of it is ass. We take the wins where we get them. They still suck, but this was nice. This is good. You think this was a Metrolinx war? Interesting. Okay, interesting. So I do wanna hop into the game. So honestly, I think we're just gonna do it. I think we're just gonna get into it. We're gonna sovereign our syndicates. We're going to sovereign our syndicates. If the game decides to load. Please load, game. All right. Metrolings have been fighting towards stuff like this for a while. Ooh, that's good. All right, we are still Teddy. Bixby's contract was certainly not an overgrown cane rat. Sucker Jones, one of Molly's augmented ruffians, was suffering from a vicious mutation which cost him his mind before you were forced to end his life. Mahler herself may have work for you soon, and Dante's boss has a new module for Otto. The Crimson Herring Tavern is the den of the dockhounds, where seaworthy souls and landlubbers alike can toast to a life of crime and anything less devious. The windows are so grimy that no matter the time of day, the only light source is the lamps, each running the risk of being smashed in a bar fight and illuminating the establishment in a much brighter blaze. Drinking, gambling, rat baiting, if that doesn't scream sporting gent, you don't know what does. The betting counter opens in the afternoon, and the bar even earlier. Only on occasion, and always after midnight, illegal but tolerated pit fights occur in the basement. Budgie Babcock will take your bets at the counter, where anything imaginable, from a bachelor's choice of whom to marry, to the number of stray dogs crossing Soros Square over an afternoon, to how many vagrants will expire in the night, can be wagered upon. Just as a reminder of where we're at. Let's check our journal. So we need to go to the Red Lotus and Red Lantern Lane to learn more about the serum. Or we need to go upgrade Otto. Let's do it. All right. Well, both things are in Red Lantern Lane, so we do need to go there no matter what, because I think we stop by the workshop and then we stop by the Red Lotus bathhouse back to back like that. So let's get ourselves to a train station. You can do it, Otto. To the train station. Doo-doo-doo. Get ourselves over to Red Lantern Lane. And let's go to the workshop. Let's upgrade Otto. Whoop. There we go. Right. What can I install into our resident automaton? I also got to make sure I got a couple of gears on me for fitting each component onto Otto. Showed up to stream up, my mom immediately called me. I'm back now. All good. Welcome back, Captain Collateral. Oh, do I not have the shit that I need? Oh, get him on the hooks. I don't need him to... Okay, wrong thing. We gotta get him on the hooks. Raid. Yo, welcome in, Chili and Chill. Welcome in, Raiders. How y'all doing? Good to see you. Thank you for bringing the raid over here. How's it going? Let me get you a shout out going here. How was Valheim? Yo, how was Valheim? Tell me all about it. For everyone who came in, hi. Hello, here to of raid. Here to of raid? Annie, hi, good to see you. Welcome in. I am confusion on here to of raid, but I'm glad to have you here as well. I'm the True Salt King. I'm a variety streamer here on Twitch if you haven't met me before. We play all sorts of stuff, mostly focusing on first playthroughs. We are playing Sovereign Syndicate, which is an awesome CRPG indie game that came out in January. First game developed by Crimson Herring Studios. And actually, my partner was part of the writing team for it, which is really exciting. But it's been a fantastic game so far, and we're excited to keep playing into it. How was Valheim, Chili and Chill? Welcome in. Hope you're all doing well. As always, if you need to raid and run, if you need to get a drink, get a snack, not look at a screen, any sort of thing like that, please do. Please take care of yourself. That's always the most important thing. Also, Salt, please check DMs. Will do in just a minute. Please do. Self-care is the most important thing. Thank you, Pella. Please take care of yourself. Self-care is super important, and I really, really appreciate you for bringing the community over here. We're going to get back into it and keep playing this amazing game. But Chili, I really appreciate it. And Annie, it's good to see you as well as everyone else.
I was over on the bench.
Pine, thank you for lurk. I need to raise Otto up on the hooks to install the determination core. Hi, Cat. Welcome in.
Winner, Gagnon.
Very good. Might take me a while. Should probably tend to any other tasks before getting started. Oh, okay, well then we will do this later. If the game's literally telling me it's gonna take a bit, we will do the other thing first. Happy Soft Sin Day? Hell yeah, hell yeah. Let's go talk to Dr. Wainwright then. Where are you, Dr. Wainwright? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, let's go into the opium den. Whee! Raucous gents. These two are a wee bit rowdy for the den. At least they had the courtesy to have their argument at the door. Oh, hey. If they disturb the peace here in the den, Bixby'd have them tossed in a matter of moments. Illy, welcome in. Good to see you. I hope dev is going well. Look at this legend streaming. Look at this legend fucking game deving. Look at this legendary fucking game dev. Good to see you, Illy. Hope you're doing well. Fine upholstery and soft pillows beckon those looking to immerse themselves in the den's atmosphere. You want to get real fucking high, you can go into the comfy pit. The only thing I can think of that rivals such incense is the smoke-filled officers' tents of war times. Damn. Comparing incense to wartime smoke is an interesting... That's an interesting choice. Eccentric fellow. Ah! A sorcerer! This fellow seems to be actively chasing a dragon, though his current fantasies have turned towards Otto. I have powers too, wizard! He flourishes a pipe handle like a magic wand. Papaverus somniverum. Indeed. Sir, are you insinuating that my automaton has the gift of magic? Precisely. And let it be known that you heard it from the great sorcerer of chemicals himself, Eustace Fullival. Be sure to tell everyone I know about it. Absolutely. Name is Teddy Redgrave. It's a pleasure. Redgrave, watch your back. Unless I'm enjoying another wonderful vision, there's a chimera right behind you. This fellow is entirely off his head. Excuse me, Eustace, but I'd best be going now. Alright, but don't step directly backwards, else you'll be incinerated into a substantial breath of fire. Man's high as fuck. Laudanum, great for sedating writhing beasts and preparing patients for surgery. Helped me greatly while having implants installed on my person. Yep, I'll take the drugs. Alright, let's chat with Dr. Wainwright. Cassie, welcome in. How many fucks? Over 31,000 and counting. You know how it is. Heidi, good to see you as well. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Hot damn. When everybody says they have no fucks to give, it's because I've stolen them all. I have them all. They're all here. It seems Dr. Wainwright is pestered by some loon dressed up in a mask. Oh, hey, look, it's the masked stranger. Hey, look, it's the dude who's hounding our other character. But think of the applications in wartime, Doctor. Or if warfare makes you queasy, simply the everyday medicinal uses. Yes, I'll give it some consideration, but you know it isn't my decision alone to make. Of course. In the end, I believe you'll do what's best for the Empire. The odd fellow rises, nods briefly in your direction, and leaves with a swirl of his cape, as if he walked the stage of a theater. Wonder what that was about. His music is very chill. That makes sense. We are in an opium den. Everyone around us is getting high as fuck. Dr. Wainwright, I wonder if we can talk about something serious for a moment. Certainly, Teddy, you have my undivided attention. What is it? Molly O'Malley is offering to replace my metal leg with a better version from Arsenal Engines, but there's some risk of infection. According to Molly, you've ginned up some kind of serum to fight this? If by ginned up you mean developed through painstaking research and testing, then yes. Now what do you want to know? Uh-oh. 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 This one's gonna go badly, but we're gonna fucking do it anyway. We gotta try. Let's do it. Crit card pull. Nope. Well, without getting too technical, it's a very effective curative, and as a side effect, it boosts the subject's strength and speed. As for what's in it, I'm afraid that's a trade secret. Did he just wink at me? Thank you. That's helpful. Anything else you wanted to know? I've seen the serum's effect on one of Molly's dockhounds, Sucker Jones, and it wasn't pretty. I heard about the case of Mr. Jones. He was an inveterate gin bibber and often in opium days, hardly an adequate candidate for the serum. Additionally, he was never a patient of mine. It would seem that someone leaked my research and a tainted, bootlegged version made its way into Jones' possession. But what you've got now is safe? For me, I mean? It's as safe as my considerable skill is able to make it. Any type of surgery carries risk, but I assure you in your case it'll be much less dangerous than, say, the original amputation. I don't know if this decision is getting easier or harder. Was there anything else, or can I relight my pipe now? I suppose we're done. Thank you, Doctor. Oh, you could also talk to one of our subjects if it sets your mind at rest. Any dockhound with an artificial arm or leg should do, I think. Alright. Guess we gotta fix myself up before I fix up our robot. Yeah, we go see if we can find somebody and ask him about it. I love Otto's little walk. The waddle is so good. It's the best. Otto is perfect. Yo, Acid, how you doing? Welcome in, Acid Air. Drink water, you got it. Yeah, if we go back to Sora Square, I think there was a dockhound there that had a prosthetic. I could be wrong, but I think I saw one, so we'll wander there first. Doing good, did everything I had to do today, now I'm chilling. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I hope the rest of your day is super relaxing. Look at this dockhound. Blades where her feet should be. She looks uncommonly deadly. You know how to use those things? By the time I'm close enough to use them, that long gun on your back won't do a lick of good. Name's Olivia Lynn. You look like a fighter, right enough. Aye, that I am. Teddy Redgrave, Monster Hunter. Call me what you like. Even if I call you some toff name, like Roger? In a few words, what is this game about? This game takes place in a steampunk fantasy Victorian England. You play a series of characters exploring the kind of grimy underworld. Each of them have their own goals. There's murder mysteries to solve, inventions to discover, and history to find. It's very, very fun. It's very well written. It's a CRPG indie game that you can get on Steam for like less than 20 bucks. And it also just so happens that one of my partners was a member of the writing team for it, which is really cool. But I was kept in the dark so that I could play it and experience it for myself, and I'm very excited. Even if I call you something like Roger, as long as I can call you Sharpie. I kind of like that, but Monster Hunter sounds like a load of bollocks. You ever do any work for Molly O'Malley? Yep. What does my shirt say? My shirt says nothing not. So, last week we streamed literally nothing on the channel for over 35 hours. And during that stream, people could register to be a nothing not. And everyone who registered was put on the back of this shirt. And you can, anyone who wants one can get their own copy on my merch store. Success! I'll work for any who have the coin. Molly's tin spends the same as anybody else's. Can't argue with that, mate. You see that wagon yonder? It's full of all manner of goods. Go help yourself. It's alright, I'll keep watch. But then clear out, yeah? I can't stand here chatting all day. Wait, really? Enough gaspers out here to draw out the smell of London for a year. However, adding more smoke to the air would only worsen the problem. A few items in here. Ooh, alright, we got a whole bunch of laudanum. And some smokes. Hell yeah. Oh, well, I fucked up. I can't get the conversation about her, I was too busy small talking. I fucked up. Oh, well. Well, let's go talk to Molly. Yeah, I realized, like, my hair is covering up the word. I should, like, pull my hair back so people can actually fucking read the thing. I love with the transcription feature. I wish more people would have something like that. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, both in this game and on my stream, I want to make sure that people can actually, get what's going on. So, like, I love that the game has the ability to mouse over the keywords. So if you don't know what a keyword is, or if you don't know the definition for something, it gives you the definition. And then, like, on my stream, I try to have, like, captions and stuff. So, like, even if people have to be muted or whatever, you can still see what the fuck's going on. I hate that my captions are censored, though. I can't make them not censored. Yo, Callow, good to see you. How you doing? Redgrave, back again, I see. What is it this time? To revisit our discussion about augmentations. Oh, talk to Wainwright, did ya? My partner isn't feeling well, so she's resting, so I'm here. I hope that your partner feels better. I'm sorry to hear they're not feeling very good. But it's very nice to see you, and I hope you're otherwise having a good day. I know, when partner's sick, it's a bit of a downer time, right? But I hope everything's okay. That I did. And damn. Damn, I should have saved. I should have saved before starting the conversation. I would have 100% save scrubbed this. think it autosaves when you walk in, does it? Yes, it did. You're right. Okay, I'm using that autosave because I wanna gamble on the 50-50, but I'll only try it once. Nope. I'm not gonna do it repeatedly, but I wanted to gamble on it once. Let's do it. Fuck it. What's the worst that could happen? Very well. I've decided to do it. I also feel like Teddy is the type of person who would. Like, I feel like Teddy is the type of character who's like, no, but progress and innovation. And he'd be too curious that if he didn't have enough reasons not to do it, he would do it. Very well. I've decided I'll do it. Yes. If there's even a chance I can find relief for the pain from my leg augmentation, I have to take it. My other option, hobbling about on a crutch, would put a quick end to my employment. Good. Talk to Gordon Gray at the apothecary. He'll fix you up, and don't wait around all day. Why's that? Gray needs time to prepare, so if you're really keen, you'll let him know well in advance. Otherwise, you'll miss your chance. Fair enough, Molly. I'll make sure to visit Gray sooner rather than later then. Good idea, Redgrave. You won't regret it. Alright, let's go talk to Gordon Gray. Over to the apothecary. All right. Yo, Gordon. The proprietor, Gordon Gray, works away at something on the desk. Lank hair falling. Wow, I can read. Lank hair falling over his eye. Gordon Gray, how you been keeping? Very well, Mr. Redgrave. What news today? Thank you for the subscription. Vamp. Thank you for the 15 months. Holy shit. So good to see you. Thank you for the honks, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. I'll wait for I can wait for the honks to pass. All right, tell him about Sucker Jones. Yeah, let's tell him about Sucker Jones. He should probably know. Very well, one more day of work and then days off. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. How long you off for? I recently finished a contract in the sewers for Bixby Browncoat. Hunt for a murderous beast hiding in the pipes and machines. Can't imagine how you do it, sir. Even a busy day at the counter here makes me nervy. My prey called itself Sucker Jones, but there wasn't much man left in its composition by the time I caught up to him. Dreadful. Please, no more details. I haven't the stomach for violence. Are you in pain now? Damn it, yes, my hip socket is pure fire. I'm alright for the time being. As you say, sir. A little bird told me that you specialize in certain kinds of surgeries. Yo, Andrew, how you doing? Good to see you. Just 2 days, Monday, Tuesday, so I'll probably be here for Pyre Sovereign Syndicate. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Next stream will also be another Sovereign Syndicate stream, so that'll be the next one, and I'll be glad to have you there. Sovereign Syndicate is now the main priority game until we beat it. So we'll be doing that at least twice a week until we get to credits. So you're Molly's volunteer. I'm afraid that my schedule is a tad packed today, though tomorrow could work. Very well, I'll come back later. As you say, sir. 1 measure of brass polish, please. Congrats on finishing Like a Dragon. Thank you, thank you. The game was fucking amazing, and well worth it. Definitely in my top 3 at the very least of the series so far. And I'm very much looking forward to eventually getting back to play Man Who Erased His Name in Infinite Wealth, but we're definitely gonna put Yakuza on the back burner for a little bit. You're okay? I'm glad to hear you're all right. Certainly, Mr. Redgrave. Goes for a shilling nowadays. Agreed, thank you. I totally forgot to follow the VODs after that family reveal. I mean, the good news is, should you be so inclined, the VODs I think are still up on Twitch if you'd like to watch them, but they are also permanently on YouTube. So if and when you ever have time, if you want to see how it all comes to be, or at least my reactions to it, it is all there. Part of the reason why I'm streaming on YouTube now more than anything is just to automatically have my VODs up there so I don't have to fill my hard drive with them. This brass polish is bound to stain the floor, so I can't just slap it on auto anywhere. Should head back to that old pile of gears at my workshop to apply it. Cool. And what about this? What is Paragoric? Oh, it's a medication. Got it. That makes sense. You know I need a regular supply of Paragoric for my implants. Of course. The usual. Gilbert's laudanum. Obliged. I'll talk with you later. Alright, I've got a lot of laudanum at this point. Holy shit. Oh, nice. That was enough to get my ingenuity up. And no time spent editing and uploading, and the added bonus of having long form content for the algorithm and engagement. Yeah, I mean, YouTube hates long form right now. Like, long form is not good unless it's like extremely produced and your name is H-Bomber Guy. But I just like having it up there, and if people look at it, they look at it. I really need to start doing fucking shorts editing, but I don't have the goddamn time. It's a tough world trying to navigate the tube of you. I love long form content on YouTube. Keeps my brain active at work. So like, what people like and what YouTube has decided they're going to push aren't always the same thing. So I have to come back here on a different day. So I guess now we can do autos upgrade. Yeah, let's do it. I think we can have 2 upgrades now. Oh, I know. It's a well-known fact that the algorithm is a fickle bitch. I mean, they literally change it. Like, it's been documented repeatedly that they literally fully change what works and what doesn't work. So you have to keep adapting. It's so silly. Pile of gears, pile of gears. I'm gonna grab the pile of gears. Alright, let's see if our metallic friend needs some sprucing up. Alright, Otto, hold still for me. Be my guest. Anyone who's had Pyro software showing up in their algorithm knows that the algorithm is really rewarding people for doing shorts right now. That's enough for now, Otto. You're spick and span. Yay, more hope. Maybe I'll need some more later. Perhaps. I mean, on the other side of that too, Pirate Software is like his content is good, but yeah, no. YouTube shorts do be shortened right now. But my God, is he everywhere, right? All right, Otto, time for your installation. Let's get you hooked up. Understood. Steady on, old friend. I need to have you suspended for this part. Don't worry about chipping your finish when I get you up. Getting bashed around is good for your constitution. Easy does it. Can't have you shatter into God knows how many pieces, or else there won't be an automaton to upgrade. Yeah, we're meticulous. We're meticulous with our little robo friend. I treasure your concern for me. Now let's check what's behind the panel and see what's what. Sockets need cleaning. Better take care of that first. Yeah, let's do it. That had been a long time coming. I have a strong sensation of cleanliness. Thanks, Mr. Teddy. Now just sweep these cables aside, get to the nitty-gritty. Let's talk to Otto. This reminds me of my own surgery coming up, except mine is to improve the physical, while your gadget is strictly for cognition. I don't mind admitting I'm a wee bit worried about it. I hope this new module doesn't provoke any negative emotions in you. They're a damned nuisance. I welcome any expansion of my abilities. Now I just need to seat the determination core. Brace yourself. Alright, let's see how Otto changes. Brace yourself, but I don't have any pain receptors, Teddy. Oh, right, of course. Alright. What happens to Otto now? There are 2 tragedies in life, not getting what one wants, and the other is getting it. Huh, true. Back to Clara. Alright. Back to Clara. After an unnerving run-in with a centaur, thankfully not a Bobby, Beatrix has her medicine, and one disaster has been averted. Your performance at the Palladium is coming up now, possibly the last you'll give in London if all goes well. But when has it ever? Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about. Beat it, meatbag. I have a mission, and it involves a lot of human juices. Yeah. Determination Core is going to turn Otto into either Claptrap or HK. Seems we have a busy house. Seems you have a busy house tonight. All the more reason to give it my all while performing on stage. Best not to keep my audience waiting. Hey, Clem. Ginger to settle the stomach, honey to soothe the voice, and a generous helping of whiskey for the nerves. And for yourself? Ha! You're ready as you'll ever be, my duck. Aw, that's cute. I was going for Bender, but those are good too. Oh, that's honestly, that is really valid. I see Meatbag, and it made me think of HK47. When I see Meatbag, it makes me think of HK47. All right, I will be right back. We're gonna take a quick pause here because Twitch is doing the Twitch thing. When we come back, it's time to sing. I'll see y'all in a sec. All right, we back, and let me get the game audio back up and running again. Perfect. Let's do it. All right. It's showtime. There's B, slouched against the bar like it's her last friend. Judging by the row of glasses, she seems to be well into her cups. You're putting them away this evening, B. You'll float right out of here and into the gutter at this rate. Yes. Not even a giggle. She must be feeling really down. What's the occasion anyway? Are you worried about Sykes? Why don't you see to your own Johns and I'll see to mine? I don't mean to intrude, Beatrix, but you do seem quite unlike yourself this evening. Might it help to share your thoughts? Bugger all, you're the last person I expected to share this with, but yes, there's something on my mind and the drink's been a fair distraction. Despite her differences in the past, she's looking for anyone to spill her feelings to tonight. Sykes and I, there was one night recently, quite a passionate night. We were rather in a frenzy, a bit rough, though nothing either of us did not desire, I assure you. Nothing particularly jarring there. It sounds entirely within reason thus far. Saints know some clients request a rougher edge to things. I won't say I wasn't a titch marked up by the end of it, though so was Sykes, for that matter. Still, Zora was less than enthused to see her star girl bearing such marks. It's not unheard of for dollies to take precautions against such things. Certain we aim to maintain a certain air. But it should hardly be the impetus for a madam's ire. These things happen. Only made it worse today, what with the pills. Zora's given me an ultimatum. Break it off with Sykes or she'll boot me from the rows for good and withhold my pay for violating house rules. Jeez. That's a bit much. Sykes kind of pushed it there. But the first thing was completely consensual. That's rough. Mixing work and personal relationships often leads to disaster, but falling in love is not a crime, nor is change. Saints know I'm no example of sturdiness or of routine, and mistakes happen. At any rate, I'm happy for you, and a little surprised to be honest. Thought everything was strictly business with you. Ours might not be the most simple profession, but I'm still human, Clara. In this line of work, we form connections now and again, or else attempt to fend off undue familiarity. Unlike that chilly tyrant Zora, it seems. Enough moping about. Eyes forward, eh? That's right, and watch it with the gin. Too much of it produces a rather poor complexion in the morning. Have a good evening, B. Same to you, Clara. And thanks for the pep talk, I suppose. Yeah, that's a rough situation. But, honestly, at that point, if you're falling for someone, you can't keep seeing them as a client. That is... Not an easy situation. Evening, Ginger Cake. Tessica? Of course I made it, darling. You look like you haven't any faith left in me. I must admit I wasn't expecting to see you tonight. Well, I'm afraid we'll be leaving after the importance. Hate to cut and run, but I have a showing with a well-heeled patron this evening. It's quite right. My darling Tessica is in great demand, as she should be. Seems the day's drinking has at last caught up to him. Thanks, Calvin. Sweet of you to say, and it was kind of you to spend the day about the bar in my stead, lest our dear Clara catch the morbs before her big day. Well said, Tessica. They have the finest and cheapest absinthe in the East End. And then let me keep a tab. Yes, Calvin, and they charge extra if you don't pay on time. Well, I really appreciate you both making it. Of course, my dove. And I'm sure you'll do just fine, even without our well wishes. The morbs? Yes, it means temporary melancholia or sadness. Which explains why Morbin Time was such a sad movie. It's hardly my first performance, Tessica. As well I know. I was at your first performance in London after all. Of course I remember, that was how we met. And your support through the years has always meant the world to me. Gives a whole new meaning to its Morbin Time. Yeah, Morbius just 3 drinks in at the bar, depressed. It really is Morbin time. Wouldn't have had it any other way, Ginger Cake. Now get up there and give us a show to remember, Miss Reed. Best of luck, Clara. Not that you'll need it. Let's talk to Ariana. There's Aria humming a happy tune. Clara, I thought I should drop in to offer my support. A girl should have her friends about on a night like this. Sounds like the same ditty Philippe was singing. I'm mentioning the tune. What's that tune you're humming? Oh, I don't know. It got stuck in my head at some point, and now it's going round and round. Aria's never been a good liar. I heard it earlier from the fishmonger, Felipe. Would seem the two of you have gotten rather close. Yes, I suppose that's why I heard it. He's really very sweet, a good fellow, but I'm not entirely sure of my feelings for him. Not yet. And this sweet fellow's about to propose. This could turn into a real casino, which is apparently a slang for mess. Some clients are better than others, certainly, and I confess I've grown fond of certain customers in the past. As a general rule, it is something I try to avoid. But never to the extent that I turn down payment. Let him pay for it until he makes a real commitment, at least. If that's what you want, I mean. If that's what I want, there's the rub. Tell her to stay, caution her against rushing in, encourage Ariana, tell her to go to the wharf and fight Philippe. No. Don't rush in. You could leave, or if it's not sure what you want, give it time. There's no rush. Yes, you're right. I'll take the time I need to think this through tonight. Besides, I best stay here and try to pay off my debt to the Rose. By the by, I'm glad you came tonight. You can be quite lonely up on the stage. I can well imagine. I'm a bit jealous, you know. You've always been so bold. Now I have something bold on the back burner myself. That's a titch alarming, truth be told. Still, she's her own woman. I just hope she knows what she's doing. You heard about the courtesan killer, right? Rather worrisome, no? Oh, yes, indeed. Something on your mind? Thank you, Acid. Perhaps so, but Clara, I'm not sure it's anything at all. Maybe it's best to let sleeping dogs lie. Or maybe the Johns could not, quote-unquote, fall in love with a stripper. Yeah, but, yeah. So, like... It's not the same, but it is similar. The parasocial dynamic of a lot of sex work, and I think the parasocial dynamic of being a content creator, while not the same, does share a few through lines. And it's like the conversation that myself and a lot of other streamers often have is like, where do you toe the line between like making a healthy community and having good connection with people, but also keeping it professional, right? Like, there are definitely people that as a content creator have become real friends of mine, but I try not to make a habit to tell everybody that comes into my stream that, like, you're my friend, right? Because you only know this version of me. And I think that's the same with, like, falling in love with a stripper or, you know, falling in love with an escort that you see regularly, right? At the end of the day, you only know that version through the keyhole, right? That little bit through the keyhole that you engage with and and the services you've paid for, right? And so I think a lot of times it's easy for a John to fall in love or to gain feelings because they're only experiencing one facet, and it's the facet they want, which is why they pay for it. It's a very complicated and difficult thing, and there is a little bit of responsibility, I'd say, on the behalf of the workers, myself as a content creator, sex workers of all varieties, to, you know, keep the boundaries of parasocial relationship firm, right? It's a very tough and delicate thing to do, but it's you know, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. The spot on. Thank you. I appreciate that, Heidi. But like, it's you know, it's something that like I've heard a lot of people talk about in different lines of work where there is a parasocial dynamic. So what you're saying is I pay you for a good time and Daddy Bezos takes his cut because he makes sure you can do your work safely. I wish it was that nice. Unfortunately, it's you can tip me as a thank you for a good time, and Daddy Bezos takes a cut because I don't have a fucking choice. And honestly, more than anything, you know, there are ways to support content creators that aren't subscribing, but subscribing to Twitch gives a lot of extra perks, which is why it's and it's very impulsive. People can click one button on Twitch to do it, right? Which is why it's so successful. Oh, 100%. Oh, 100%. It is you know, the similar, the parallels are there, right? Is it the same? No, because I am extremely, like, for the most part, I'm not in fear of my safety as a content creator. Like, the biggest thing I, as a streamer and a content creator, have to worry about is doxing. That is like the number one fear, right? That's the biggest one. So, you know, as long as I'm very, very, very cautious about certain things that would dox me. I've heard of people who got burned really hard by direct donation chargebacks. Yeah, exactly. That's the other benefit, right? Is Twitch subs and bits have chargeback protection, which when you directly donate, technically you don't, right? Which is also why you see a lot of people when they have direct donations, they have a minimum. And I've thought about it. But it's not something I've really had to consider too hard yet because of my size. But it is something that I worry about sometimes. And certainly, the thing that makes me the most nervous is when a random new person comes in and is very generous. I am very, very paranoid about chargebacks. All the time. Now, it doesn't happen very often, but there have been some very generous folks before where I was very excited and it helped out a ton. But I did definitely spend like a solid couple of weeks being worried that all the kindness and generosity was going to get charged back. And so I kind of just sat there and didn't touch the money for a long time out of worry. Chargeback's the reason I made a second PayPal? Yeah, so... yeah, absolutely. When I'm new to a creator and I want to be generous, I tend to do it via gift subs and bits because I know those are safer, and that's appreciated. And like, I think what it really comes down to at the end of the day is any support is appreciated. Like, yes, do I get less of a cut from gift subs? Yes, I absolutely do. But you still gifted a sub, or you still subscribed, and you didn't have to do that at all, and that means a ton. And that's what it really comes down to, is I try to like weigh it, being like, hey, these are my preferred methods, but I will take anything because the kindness is the most important thing. Somebody going out of their way. And also, like, frankly, gifting subs is amazing because the other thing you're doing is you're giving people all of my emotes. You're giving people ad-free viewing on my channel. So like doing those things also increases people coming to watch, and you know, I like my emotes, and I think other people like them too. So when they get used in other people's chats, people go, oh, what's that emote? And, you know, that kind of stuff is really fun too. So all sorts of fun, cool shit there. Anyway, all of this to say, parasocial relationships are hard. Gift subs grow the community. They really do. They really do help a ton. All right, let's see if we can do this skill check and get Aria to tell us what she's actually feeling. What's going on, really? Nice, we got the king. All right, perhaps it will do good to share my concerns. Thank you for the subscription. Mara, thank you so much for the gifty to Heidi. Holy shit. Thank you, thank you. Really appreciated. Heidi, please enjoy those emotes. Though keep in mind, I have no idea if what I know amounts to anything at all. And what is it you know? A friend of mine has been missing for some time. Her name was Gwen Saini. We used to work together before the factory burned. Textile fire that put Arya out of work. She'd not been around for months, and then I found out that she'd washed up in the Thames ages ago. All that time, and no one had claimed her body. She was placed in a pauper's grave. Her family is from abroad, India originally, though Gwen was raised in Breslavia, the nation of wolves? That's what they call it, here in England at least. Gwen's mother was a lycanthrope, though my friend never took the bite. What does this have to do with the courtesan killer? I'm not sure. All I know is that her body was in a terrible state when it was found. That it had been weeks since she was killed. A long time for her body to decay. And I know that the Bobbies won't tell me anything about her. If they, like I, suspect foul play, or if they simply don't care what became of her. That is quite a lot, Arya. I know, but then again, I also know it might amount to nothing. I only have hearsay to go on. I didn't see her body myself, I only learned of it after the fact. Perhaps it was simply the river that landed her in such dire straits. I'm not entirely sure, but I imagine them being left in the water does, a long time, does vile things to a corpse. It's quite possible. Oh well, it's also dreadful. All I have is secondhand accounts. You can't be sure that her death is related. Well, perhaps it is. You really think No, never mind. I want to put this from my head for now, if it's all the same to you. Seems like I won't be getting more out of her right now. A pity, though I hope it's nothing serious. I have my doubts. Yes, I think I'd like to change the subject. You've better things to think on anyway, Clara. What am I doing? Talking your ear off when you have a house to entertain? Come on now, on with the show. If you're sure, Arya. Yeah, enjoy that smug emote. I'm sure. You'll do wonderfully. Just know of it. I just know it. Best of luck, Clara. Alright, let's do it. Showtime. Unless there's someone else to talk to, but I don't think there is. Backstage. This goes to the green room and my last show in London. I must say the nostalgia's like a knife. Now then, I know the steps and I know how to hit the notes. Shall we begin? Let's give them a night to remember. We have a modestly full house, and something about the finality of this performance makes me feel, well, it's hard to put a finger on it. Eager. I'm eager to put this all behind me. Let's leave on a high note. The band begins to play a hopeful ballad from my years in America. Nice voice.
And dark the shadows fall. I'll seek again my humble home and make my evening call. The vagrant and the ditch are hushed. The stars are cold and still.
Haha, tremendous. Just excellent, lads. I'm on a roll tonight.
Sing my whippoorwill.
This rum bum is stealing the crowd. I must keep my composure. Uh-oh. Oh no, the two protagonists are gonna fucking fight.
Dim night with threadbare mantle spread.
Come on, Atticus, don't fuck this up.
Stream and fair, and homes with pale and yellow light, hide friend and peer beyond my ken. My heart too has begun to stray towards yon distant hill, and I will tune my whippoorwill. Yes, I will sing my whippoorwill.
Cool song. I think I might come to miss this when all's said and done. That was a great track. Holy shit. I want to know who sang that. Lovely voice. Quite the performance, Clara. A masked man whom I have never seen. Perhaps he hopes to hide his identity while frequenting the Velvet Rose. Thank him politely. I do hope the audience enjoyed it. First time at the Palladium? Perhaps I could have one of our girls give you a tour of the Rose upstairs. Thanks, but I'm quite fine down here. In point of fact, I intended tonight to see you. Your reputation precedes you. You've seen the posters advertising my performances? Stage dive the drunkard and beat him death to mic stand, except he's the other protagonist. I need him. I still need to finish his story. Something like that. This man has ulterior motives. He's not here for a transaction at the Rose, though perhaps something unscrupulous. Certainly, he did not just come to see me sing. I'm glad you liked the show, but I'm quite busy this evening, and I should be getting on. Is that right? I noticed someone else this evening who seems to be quite busy as well. He gestures towards the raucous gaming tables where the burly minotaur who interrupted my performance still sits, entirely sozzled. Look up the name in a sec. No worries, Pella. No rush. Still adding to an already obscene pile of winnings. Shame about that interruption. Some people just don't know when to quit. That fellow does seem busy earning dosh. Perhaps he would enjoy some time at the Rose, put his earnings to a better use than on a game where he could lose it all on a bad run. I was thinking much the same. Where are you now? That's quite perceptive, Miss Clara Reed. Something in his stare tells me he's been watching me closely for a while. Is he of the Lancaster's goons waiting for the right moment to strike? In any case, he's right, that gambler's a good mark. And I should think he owes me for interrupting my show. I should see if I can't convince him to part with a portion of his capital. Wait, are we gonna... Alright, two protagonists fucking. Or the entirety if need be. Well, I'll leave you to it. Best regards, Miss Reed. He takes his leave just as mysteriously as he appeared. Yeah, the masked stranger is up to some shit. So the proverb is true. The Lord loves infants and fools. This Minotaur is certainly feeling his oats, and from the look of that pile of chips, he has good reason to celebrate. I'd be a bit more forgiving if he hadn't interrupted my performance. Perhaps his winnings are enough to pay Green Street? I'll need to get a closer look, but it appears I've found my mark. Should be simple enough to get him alone and swipe the tin. With any luck, I'll be able to leave London tonight exactly as planned. Goodness, I think I recognize him. He's the typical London lush, but the Rose only rarely has minotaurs for clients, much less repeat ones. I can't remember what the devil his name is. Atlas, perhaps? No, Atticus. Atticus Daly. Ascertain his chip count. Let's do it. no. His single blue chip catches my eye, which alone is equivalent to 20 pounds. Additionally, 7 black chips, 16 whites, and a generous helping of greens. Merciful saints. And here's your stack of tenors. He's pulling in a lot of chips, but I can't be sure the precise total. Myra's good fortune, appeal to his gambling skill. How drunk is he? Damn, okay, we got that one. We botched the success roll and we were able to get the low roll. Hilarious. Might have underestimated his tolerance. As he appears to be remaining in control of his inhibitions, he'll certainly remember me come the morning. A fact which should not matter as long as I'm able to leave London as planned. He's able to count in multiples according to the value of the chip and arrange them into stacks, albeit at a sluggish pace. Convincing him to have another drink or two will make this easier. Admire his good fortune. It's quite a haul, sweet thing. How about we make it sweeter? Couple of drinks at the bar, just you and me? Huh? His dumbfounded expression is one for the books. I have to bite my tongue to keep myself from laughing. Of course, anything the lady wants. Just tell Clementine the drink is for Clara. She knows what I like. Of course. Off you pop. I promise I won't be waiting long. I promise I won't keep you waiting long. Right. Cash me out then. Look at me quitting while I'm ahead. First time for everything. Heh. Who knew a lummox like him could get so lucky? Indeed, it does seem peculiar. Where are you? There you are, Atticus and Clem. Seems the whole borough is on the lash tonight. And there sits my mark, jawing away with Clementine. I already talked to everybody. Time to make my next move. Well then, Atticus. How did I do up there? Apart from when you interrupted. You still chatting away with Clem. All pretty the game looks nice too. Bo, how are you? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. This game is fantastic. I'm having a blast with it. He's still chatting with Clementine. I'd best speak clearly. He seems to have temporarily damaged his hearing with drink. Atticus Daly? Excuse me? Something wrong, Atticus? You look as you've never seen me before. Of course I do. We've met many times. Now we're getting somewhere. I didn't know you sang so beautifully. Thank you, Atticus. This coming from a man who must be well versed in myriad forms of entertainment. Is that your name? Oh, sorry. It's Clara Reed, the chanteuse. Let's get you a drink. Don't fash yourself. Let's have a drink upstairs instead. His eyes light up like a gas lamp. What are you saying, Miss Reed? Mr. Daly, the night is getting on, and we're both looking for a little company. What say you join me in a room at the Velvet Rose? You want that drink? Just remembered I promised you one. More importantly, let us drink in the moment. Yes, let's do it. Yes, a drink, but more importantly, let us drink in the moment. Enjoy the evening in full. What is that? Abstract poetry? I'm not sure I follow. Mind if I bring a bottle with me anyway? Of course not, Atticus. It's quite clear the fates are smiling upon you. Whatever you'd like should fit the bill. Right. Oi, Clem. Yes, Master Daly? Have us up a bottle of the finest Beefeater on the shelf. Now there's a classic gin right there, Beefeater. I'll send it up to room 4, but I'll let you hobble up there first, big timer. Aye, aye, Clem. Got words for you yet, but for now, it's time I get upstairs and made myself comfortable. Clem levels me a reproachful look. Not exactly my place, but I hope you know what you're getting into, Clara. Me and Mr. Daly are friends, you know. Wouldn't want any harm done. Rest easy, Clem. A woman with my reputation must maintain it. Your business, I suppose. Let's go fuck the Minotaur. I think I've already read these. Yeah, I have. Okay. There's Atticus. Goodness, he looks a lot more sober than he did downstairs. Suppose it's true what they say, Minotaurs can really hold their liquor. Sorry, love. Didn't mean to keep you waiting. Quite alright. My head was really spinning. I wonder if we might just chat a while? Of course, just give me a moment to get more comfortable. Best to remove my weaponry before climbing into bed. Most of it, at any rate. Normally I'd do this out of sight of the client, but tonight is nothing if not off the cuff. My apologies, Dove. It's perfectly fine. Is the problem physical? Now then, I'll provide whatever insight I can. Okay, we'll do that. I hope I can put this into words. There's this stubborn memory stuck way back in the back of my head, and just when it seems about finally to surface, I end up here instead, back in my old ways. At least we have this cozy corner of the call house to commiserate. That is a lot of C's. Perhaps I'm a born drifter, not meant for the straight and narrow, because even when my luck runs out, I never hit rock bottom. I wonder what rock bottom looks like for him. What might it take to admit he's found himself there? No use pondering about my past. I ought to throw all that away and embrace the moment. I think I heard that in some poem once. Sounds difficult, though at least you're not alone in that. I just can't be sure of what I want. You're in good company there. This modern life is impossible to foretell, but we adapt or we die trying. Or, nothing wrong with a little uncertainty. Everything and everyone is in a muddle at least some of the time. I like the idea of, like, no, we keep trying. I'd be bluffing if I told you the easy way out hasn't crossed my mind. Maybe I just need an ear or a warm body next to me. Offer a kind ear, offer a warm body. That is one hell of a way to put that. That is a hell of a way to put that, actually. Let me see here. Character. Fuck it. Are we banging the Minotaur? Let's find out. I'd readily provide either, Atticus. You're all paid up till morning. I'm afraid I'd make poor company tonight. I'd prefer conversation to a tumble in the sheets. Perhaps it would surprise you just how many clients want the same. Or whatever you'd prefer. Yeah, whatever you prefer. Might you indulge my curiosity? Have you ever had hornpipe? That is a... Whoa! Wow! That is a slang! Holy shit! Literally... I mean, there would be a slang word for it, but just like hornpipe just being, have you ever fucked a Minotaur? Just flat out. Beg pardon. What I mean is, have you ever been with a Minotaur? Yeah, probably. Does it frighten you? Not at all. Perhaps a tad. On the contrary, the world is full to bursting with unique wonders. Aye, and many new horrors besides. So, where do we go from here? Is there something you'd like to try after all? You're under no obligation to force yourself. I wouldn't think of any less of you for it. Let's give it a go. Whatever you like. His motions are shaky, unsure. He swoons and clutches at his head in regret. The poor man must have really been through the ringer as of late. I'm sorry, but this isn't how I wanted this to go. But I'm in no right state tonight. That's fine, Atticus. It's no trouble, really. Thank you. You are quite kind, Miss Reed. Poor fellow only, if the poor fellow only knew I'm about to take him for all he's worth. Lie back and I'll fetch the tea caddy. Chamomile? No need for the chamomile. He's already sound asleep. Attack, grace, intellect, intuition. Here's the Dashi one from the Palladium. Trifling easy to slip away now. Enough to pay green shit off, though only barely. Well, we did a shitty thing. Yeah, we need to get our gun. Out the window. Oh, good. You remember the gun. I wasn't going to say anything. Yeah, I was like, why can't I go to the door? It's possible to leave it to buy. Oh, shit. That would be bad. Well, let's get out of here. Man, we just robbed our own protagonist. We just robbed ourselves. As you scramble down the aged visage of the rose, you're careful not to miss your step. Across the window ledge, a drop onto the jutting string course, and then a short slide down the water spout. Less than child's play in the proper vestments. Narrowly possible tonight. Beggar's Lane is never entirely deserted, but it looks as close to empty now as you've ever seen. You should be grateful for the absence of onlookers, but the solemn stillness of the street only adds to your unease. There is so much writing on these next few steps, and great is the reward should it all go to plan. If I take the side alley across from the train station, I should be able to reach the wharf out of sight and out of mind. Something, fuck yourself. It's true. If you robbed yourself, have you really lost anything? Also true. The unfortunate Pope Pickett hunches by the stairs to Palladium, gin drooping, head heavy with gin soak. Mr. Pickett, are you alright? Was that dribble drabble? The dribble I see is sliding down your chin. Dribble I say, another driveling snob rat come to pick my pockets while I'm sleeping off a swiller. Well, pick 'em then. Joe Pickett ain't jangling no tin. I'm no pickpocket, at least not anymore. You should be able to see from the glad wearings I'm wearing that I'm hardly dressed for thievery. Though, to be fair, I did just rob someone. Another snob gone slumming, then, is it? If you're not here to rob Joe Pickett, Pope Pickett, what are you after? Another morning little conversation. I got a conversation for you, that is, if you don't have any snobbish sort of business at hand. Why not? I got time to spare. I lied. Multiple sense of the word? True. Ha, I'm glad you said that. This here's a good friend of mine. He's gesturing at the facade of the Palladium. Go on then. Talk to him, I said. Not a soul in sight. Of all the useless rum bums to spend my time on, at least this one doesn't mean any harm. Apologies, but I'm afraid your friend here is even less capable of a coherent conversation than you. Oh, come off it then. You're wasting my time. Well, okay, bye. Alright, we got a bottle of Old Tom. Alright, so I need to cut through the back alleys. Okay, we're cutting through the back alleys. Got it. side alley. Yep, here we go. I nearly made it. If I take the side alley to Sora Square, I can reach the wharf. 50 pounds in diamonds underneath my tongue, or a sapphire necklace in the lining of my petticoat, but never bills in my bullfrog days. What a stretch of good luck I'm having. Speaking of which, I haven't had a moment to count the money. Bullfrogs used to warn us not to count our pay before we're safe at home, but what's the harm in a little peek? 100, 150, 200 saints, that's a lot of money. Mighty thanks for confirming. Jemmy? Ah, shit. Molly's right hand. The sword that doesn't care if his cleaver hits friend or foe when he starts swinging. Guilty as charged. Thought my cover was blown when he started bobbing and weaving through the streets, but turns out you're just a shifty vixen by nature. Does Molly know her attack dog is running loose? Not another step, Jemmy. Not until you tell me why you've been following me. Come to collect. Perhaps I can get around him. My bad luck that I've not got the proper shoes on for roof jumping, though I can still lose them in the back alleys. Despite that glance away. You really gonna have me charge after you? Even at a dead sprint, it's a long shot. Once I reach the wharf, the area is crawling with dock hounds to boot. That money wasn't meant for you, Clara. Molly wanted Atticus to win, but he wasn't supposed to lose it to you. You threw a spanner in the plan. Should have known something was amiss. I've seldom seen the average London lush earn much at tables, let alone this small fortune. Molly must have needed Atticus indebted to her. Whatever she's cooking up, it starts with rigging the luck of a gambling drunk. Oh, it's an ambitious plan, that's all I'll say. When she pulls this off, it'll shake up all of London. Now here's the rub. You stole that money, so I'm stealing it back. There's nothing for it. I need him out of the way. We shooting this guy? Is this the best I can do? After all, this is Jemmy Betteridge. This pompous prick is what takes me down. Nah, we're shooting this fuck. One last warning, Jemmy. Gonna take a shot with that pea shooter you hide up your skirts? You could at least land 6 shots in me head and chest and I'd still die of old age. That's what I love about me, Cleaver. Not even a hide like mine can shrug off a good swing. There's a reason the Royal Army's frontline infantry covets Minotaur, so even Gatling guns are a pisser if shots are spread too wide. One shot is enough noise to draw in a copper for a look-see. Are you prepared for an old-fashioned Barney? Chaotic fight, often associated with street brawls. One sec. Sounds like a night well spent. Intelligence, try to run. Intuition, take the shot. Oh, shit. Take the shot. Shaw misses its mark, collides with his massive cleaver, and just like that, Jemmy is charging, eating up the distance between us till he has me by the arm. He raises his cleaver. The butt swings towards me and... Damn it. Where... Try to speak. Jemmy, that pawn in Molly's blasted games. Awareness is slow coming. But soon I find myself blinking up at the caustic glare of London lamplight. I'm alone in Beggar's Lane, and of course my stolen winnings are long gone. As is my hope of departing London tonight. Perhaps I could. I made a bloody mess of it. I cannot bear any more of this wretched city. Could what? I'm alive at least. I can figure things out from here. I always have. What now? Where in the world's many hells do I go from here? Oh shit, we failed Last of London. We don't get out. We're all in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars. A twee sentimentalist notion. My mistake was believing I was above these games. I'm not. I simply could not even outmaneuver the simplest of Molly's schemes. Saints know I was never any good at that. For a moment, I fear I might be rendered insensate again. But as I keep my consciousness, time slips slowly by. For a time, I'm content to simply sit and indulge this wholly unearned self-pity. What now? Would you like a hand, Miss Reed? Yves Chalamet Duval, hello. Do I have any choice? Are you to hurry me along, officer, lest I be written up for vagrancy? I'm not a bobby, Miss Reed. Well, my apologies for lumping you in with that lot then. Wouldn't want to besmirch your good name. In the interest of full disclosure, Miss Reed, I counted myself among the blue bands once. I left that life behind me, though, and these days I find myself working for a rather generous patron. Not a mutton shunter, then, for all the good that does me. It appears you've just been robbed. Afraid I have. Our good Mr. Daly was set up by Molly and her lot. They rigged his tables, and they were going to take the money off him when he left the bar. Also, I hazard that you would not be lingering in the gutter were your evening going well. Molly again. I should have spotted it sooner. So foolish of me. On the contrary, you were just unlucky. Had Jimmy not been lurking about, you would have gotten the money to Green Street, and the doghounds would be loath to take it out of Green Street's hide in the way they did to you. Never underestimate Molly O'Malley. She must have posted someone outside the bar to wait for Atticus to keep tabs on the Capitol, and my leaving through the window wasn't enough to give them the slip. You knew where I intended to bring the tin? Those that I work for had their suspicions. They surmised your intent to leave London. I do not take kindly to being followed and spied upon. Miss Reed, I'm here on specific business with you. I'm afraid I must ask you again. What do you know of the courtesan killer? I know little more than I did before. I came here to entreat your assistance, Miss Reed. My patron requests your aid in hunting the perpetrator down. Why? Why of all the horrors in this thrice damn world should I care about this one? My employers have a vested interest in solving this case. That's not an answer. I'm afraid not. Why do they care which of us streetwalkers lives and dies? They wish to get involved because they wish for the murders to stop. Past that, I cannot pretend to guess the patron's motivation. Is that not enough? Nice! There's more to it than that. The Cabal itself may care little for the killings. This man, on the other hand, his care is genuine enough, and he would see it stopped. If your patron is as powerful as you suggest, I have little choice but to comply. This conversation's a farce. Not a farce. Know this, Miss Reed. You can walk away at any time. My patron will not pursue you. Not for your rejection of your offer at this time. But they will call on you again. Eventually, it will be worth it to work for them. Thank you for your candor. Seems to have little choice in the matter. All right, what do they offer? What would they offer me in these generous patrons of yours in return for my service? I have never once worked for free, and I do not intend to start. They pay well, very well. I did not exaggerate when I called them generous. Their patronage is what allows me to pursue my work as a gumshoe. Capital, in and of itself, would go a ways towards ensuring my continued safety. They can also, of course, offer you protection, as well as their substantial resources towards solving the case. Entry to the crime scene, to the morgue, and access to any leads we have thus far. You mentioned protection. Aye. From the authorities? From troubles that come from abroad? From Molly and the rest of the underground? My patrons represent a host of private contractors who pursue various interests that align with their own. May not be worth much to you, Miss Reed, but I personally believe their goals are just, or at the very least, often sensible. That tells me extraordinarily little about their character. My patrons will denounce you should you become too great a liability, but it would take much more than past transgressions, petty theft, or illegal street walking to force their hand in such a way. A wealthy American family has placed a bounty on my head. My patrons are aware of the Lancastrian family's incentive as well as your history with them. They are prepared to dedicate themselves to your protection and deal with the Lancasters in whatever way most efficiently removes the problem. Well, I'll be damned, isn't that something? That is good to know. The notion that my affairs might be known to this enigmatic organization is unsettling, to say the least. Alright. Alright. Yeah, I'll work with you to find the courtesan killer. You have my aid until the butcher is dead or jailed. Or until the great pit itself opens to swallow up the Thames. A circumstance which seems less unthinkable with every passing year. I make no promises regarding my purchase of the purchase of my services after the villain is put down. We shall see. I can't make any promises either. But if you're willing to dole out and pay and protection, then my skills are yours. Lord knows I've gotten into bed with worse, literally in some cases. Pleased to hear that, Miss Reed. For now, I would suggest you return to the bell jar and get some rest. It's not a bad idea. And begging your pardon, Miss Reed, but I do believe you took quite a thrashing not long ago. It wouldn't do well to have you concussed and reeling. A titch of strychnine and a warm bed seems the best course for you. He's quite right. I'll send a missive around to the bell jar in the morning. I'll let you know if anything else comes up. Till then, Miss Reed. Till then. Well, I can resist everything except temptation. Oscar Wilde. Well, that went poorly. So the masked stranger isn't your run-of-the-mill nutter. On a visit to Sacred Heart, you discovered your mother's maiden name, Hathaway, and confirmed that she's being held at Bethnal House, a hospital for the mentally infirm. And a chinwang with Clementine gave you a lead on accessing Bethnal. When you reluctantly raise your eyelids against the leaden night of another day, you find your gaze resting upon a lump of spent candles, the formless wax tendrils a testament to nights gone by. You took your rest in a four-poster, and the heavy blankets grab at you like strong but gentle hands, insisting you return to sleep. The room is warm and musty but nicely decorated, with heavy drapery on all sides and beveled glass in the window to block any prying eyes from the street below. Whatever transpired between you and Miss Reed has faded to little more than a dim dream, but your performance at the gaming tables returns to you with crystalline clarity. What a banger that was. Your spirits rise and you abruptly sit up, only to find the bells of St. Clement's thundering inside your skull. The promise of fat pockets and easy living, at least for a while, tempers the punishing hangover. With renewed purpose, you slowly rise to your feet. Awake now, awake. A new day calls and you must answer, however much it chafes you. If you continue on this road of drinking and dice, well, you've seen where it ends. What in the blazes is that infernal racket? Sounds like someone dragging an anvil across a brick road. No, it's nothing, just my hangover. But then again, didn't I hear screams in the night? Or was it a nightmare? So it's been a while. Twilight Jinx, hello. How are you? Welcome in. Good to see you. Have you gone through a name change? Or am I losing my mind? Yes, you have. I thought so. I thought so. How are things? How are you doing? RKJ, okay. Perfect. That's what I thought. Because I recognize the profile picture, and I just wanted to make sure that my thing wasn't capturing the wrong info. How are you? So good to see you. Hope you're doing well. The kettle drum in my head feels like a result of a pint of absinthe. I thought I gave it up years ago. There's putty in my mouth like I was chewing on a juniper branch. But was it only gin I was tipping back? No, something else got you. Things have been wild, but we're doing well. I'm glad things are doing well. I hope it's been manageable wild. Wild can definitely have wide definitions, right? No telling what mix of alcoholic concoctions went down my gullet, but at least I'm still alive. Anyway, my luck has finally changed. Thanks to my brilliant turn of the tables last night, I can at last square my debts with Molly. No! What's this blasted nonsense? Where are my winnings? We also found out we're plural, so that was a big discovery. Oh, wow! Oh, that is a huge discovery. That's exciting to know. Thank you for telling me. Thank you for letting me know. I'll hunt them down if I must. No one steals from Atticus daily. Such are the vicissitudes of this little life. Nobody steals from Atticus daily. Except for me. I steal from myself. But I better clear my head before I try to recover my wealth. It's good to see you too. Heck yeah. Good to have you here. Hark, is that a rumble in the pipes or that scraping noise again? This time of day, the Velvet Road should be quiet as a church. Sounds like it's coming from the next room. Perhaps the thief is still on the premises. I should investigate. Oh, no. Bugger all. Here's a sight to blast even my jaded senses. The hum of a cadaver and a sprawling pool of blood. For one juddering instant, I fear the body is Clara Reed, but no, it's someone else. She's bathed in red, a darker red than the floor and walls. That creeping murderer who's been at large in London must have struck again, just a few steps from where I was sleeping. There's the unmistakable scent of bergamot in the air, and the furniture is in disarray. That explains the scraping noise I heard earlier. Welp. There is a body. Never heard of this game before? That makes sense. This is Sovereign Syndicate. It is a CRPG. It came out in mid-January. Incredible indie game, really, really fun. And on top of that, Tella, who you know, was part of the writing team, was one of the narrative designers for this game, which is really, really exciting. It's been really, really fun. Very, 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 very intriguing, to say the least. We've been having a lot of fun with it. The chiffonier was dragged across the floor to where it stands. That explains the scraping sounds which woke me before. Robbed and framed, huh? Some people have all the luck. Yup, I'm wondering if that's where this is going, if we're being framed. That's amazing. It is awesome. It's super awesome. I'm really, really proud of Bella. I was wondering if it was Ariana. Her lifeless body lying in a pool of blood. Shit. Blast it all. I could crush the skull of whoever was responsible. But nothing can be done at this moment. Feels like a lifetime ago, but we were together once. Did she bring out the best in me? At the very least, I swilled and gambled less when she was around. Oh, wait, Atticus dated her? But I ruined things between us, and now she's dead. Bloody crow. If only I were to get a trained detective, then I'd be sure to get to the bottom of this terrible business with alacrity. I'll do what I can, but I can't be sure I'm the hero of this particular tragedy. This is all too much. I need to leave this place. Two lofty stories from here to the hard cobbles below. Could it have been a cat burglar? Or perhaps someone with natural climbing ability? Damn. Puzzle out the crime scene? Let's try. We did it! Taking the whole scene into account, it strikes me that a few items were knocked over as if in the result of a struggle, and the chiffonier was dragged from its usual place. Could the room's disarray have been staged for some reason? Seems possible. Definitely seems possible. All right. I will be right back. It looks like Twitch is about to run some ads. So I'm going to hit a quick be right back and stretch my legs. And then we got to find out, I guess, what the hell happened to Ariana. She was nice. I really hope it wasn't the fucking fishmonger. I'll see y'all in a minute.
So sometimes we might kind of think that patience is just to accept everything, to just go with the flow and it's not really like that. There are some situations where we can actively engage in, and it's great if we have the calm and the clarity in that moment to respond in a skillful way. But there are some situations where it's out of our control, where there's nothing we can do. So in that moment, we have a choice. We can either be there and become angry and frustrated and irritable, or we can choose to use that as a moment to find that place of just being grounded, aware of our thoughts and our feelings, better understanding that we are part of the world. So it's really interesting, right? We kind of think, oh, there's people in my way, or kind of forget that we are the people. Like everybody else is thinking the same thing about us. As soon as we remember that, all of a sudden that becomes a shared moment of, wow, we're all going through it together. Patience. We have a choice. We're all going through it together. Patience. Just go with the flow. Patience. Out of our control. Patience. We are the people. Patience.
All right, we are back. Let's grab myself a drink. And we have some discovery to do. We have some discovery to do.
If love is in the air, then what's it feel like to care?
All right. Not bubbly? Yeah. 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 I have become a bubbly drinker. I'm going to be honest though, the reason for it is because I have such a craving to drink pop all the time. Like I love ginger ale, I love Coke. I rejoined your Discord during the break. Welcome back. It's good to have you. I appreciate that. But like I drink a lot of Coke and I drink a lot of ginger ale. And it's mostly because I really like the carbonation more than anything else. I like carbonated drinks a lot. So I figured I was like, fuck it, I'll try I'll try like the sparkling water drinks, and honestly, it mostly hits the same kick for me, which is really good. Because like the caffeine from Coke is fine, but the sugar was really fucking with me. And so if I can just drink less of it, because I was drinking a lot of it, is good. Yeah, Ariana is unfortunately dead. And we found out we dated her, which was kind of neat. Let's get the game audio back on. Okay. My one complaint right now with my Stream Deck is that the button to unmute the audio seems to be being a little finicky. I just like soda. I have cut it out of my house, but not in my life. I also need a lot of caffeine these days to deal with headaches. That makes perfect sense. I mean, I'm a big coffee drinker. And so having it just as a quick thing to drink. Atticus does mention it right at the start of the game when you read the newspaper for the first time. Oh, I didn't put the 2 and 2 together. Whoops. That and like if I'm not drinking pop, I was for a long time I was drinking, especially during the pandemic, I was drinking a lot of beer. And so like beer is great and pop is great. There's nothing wrong with them. Enjoy them. I enjoy the hell out of them too. But for something that I want just like as a quick anytime drink, having this as an option has been really good for me. She's kind of there as breadcrumbs. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Oh, great. Oh, great. Zora's gonna blame me. You, what are you doing slinking around up there? Report the crime. You have undoubtedly heard about the courtesan killer. I'm sorry to report he struck again, there in the room at the top of the stairs. What are you trying to say? There's a girl lying dead upstairs, and judging by the scene, it looks like the work of the courtesan killer. Nah, we're too emotional about this. Have to take off. Work comes earlier today, see y'all tomorrow. Vamp, thank you for hanging out. It's just kind of there as breadcrumbs equals Chicago Bears. The caption's doing its best. Which girl? Ariana. Ariana, unfortunately, died. Saints above. This is troubling. Troubling indeed. When word gets out, we could be ruined. I'll let the girls know. We'll have to close our doors. Do you know anything that might point to the killer? I believe I do, in fact. And I'll tell you for nothing. It's a werewolf or some other deviant behind all this carnage. What else could it be? Do explain. Have fun storming the castle or solving the murder in this case. Thank you, thank you.
I was over on the bench.
Thank you for being on the bench. I appreciate it. Interesting. Do explain. You've seen the newspaper reports, no doubt, and now you've seen it with your own eyes. What kind of creature could do such a thing? But those with lycanthropy are only dangerous during a full moon. Perhaps, but a partial transformation is not unheard of, or even full changes in the immediate days that follow and precede the full moon. The madam certainly seems to know more about the matter than me. Regardless, with the trauma induced by each transformation, one's noble restraint gradually gets looser. You racist, Zara. The body upstairs was certainly torn to shreds, as if the poor dolly was clawed to death. Excuse me, but are you muttering under your breath? I haven't the slightest. What was that? Are you tallying something in your head right now? A woman was slaughtered not 20 yards from where we were standing, and not long ago either. Well, And you wake up high and mighty this morning. I'm running a business here, sir. And who are you? Just another John wandered in off the street. This is a job, and my girls rely upon it to pay their way. Perhaps so, but it seems unduly callous to me. I was robbed. I have to tell you, I've been robbed right here in your fine establishment. Last night I was flush with capital, but I woke up this morning a pauper. Don't know anything about that, except that it was probably the dolly you were with who robbed you. Anyway, what kind of dullard falls asleep in a bordello? Perhaps I shouldn't have trusted Miss Reed, but I was so overcome with such fatigue that I couldn't help but fall asleep. I must tend to my own troubles, madam. I leave this shambles in your capable hands. Run along, bullman. Whatever business you had here is finished. Sheesh. The West County's claim to alcoholic fame graces the table. Too full, but I can't stomach cider. Too sweet. Isn't this a pretty inexpensive little music box? I'd love to smash it to splinters. Atticus, behave yourself. Shut up, you old... Heege? We need to find someone to witness the killings. The checker sleeve of the character top tier. Yeah, Atticus is a very, very interesting and peculiar character for sure. All right, let's go talk to Clem. In but a few short hours, your sleeping form has been looted by some cowardly crook, and you've suffered a sight to make your eyes start out of your head. It sickens you to think such butchery happened only a few yards from where you slept. If only you had heard something, anything, perhaps you could have intervened. And here's the palladium. Normally you would wash away your problems with a stiff drink, but the mere thought sends your stomach to churning. In truth, you've never felt less like entering a bar room. Atticus, look at the state of you. A bit less of the old bonhomie than I'd hoped for. Reported the murder. There's been a murder upstairs, and the body is a pile of bloody carpet rags. Might be the handiwork of the courtesan killer, so-called. I thought you should know. That's got her rattled. I don't know I've ever seen Clem that way. Upstairs? Right under our very noses? Who? Who was it, Atticus? Ariana Lutro. No. That sweet girl. Say it ain't so. I'm afraid it is, Clem. I knew her too. No one likes to be the bearer of bad news, but it's clear Ariana was well liked at the Rose. Blast. All I gotta say is that loon better steer clear of Clementine. He tries something like this again, I'll stick a shiv so far up his guts he can pick his teeth with it. Ha! I like that. Clem, I was cleaned out. Crikey, you have a knack for getting into trouble. Do you know who ran off with your readies? After my night upstairs with Clara Reed, I woke up skinned. Every last farthing I won on the tables is gone. I have no idea what it's about. Still behaving like some young pup in the counties then. Can't believe Miss Clara would have done it. Though I've been wrong before. There's a reason gentlemen don't hang about here after hours. I'm certain it was Clara Reed who robbed me. The question is why? And what of this long-lost mother of yourn? Penny's put her job at risk asking around on your behalf. You're right. Tracking down Matilda is more important than the money. Penny and I aim to help you if we can, but like I said, we can't make any promises. About good old Penny, didn't you say she was coming around? Penny couldn't make it, but I did hear from her. She said that her boss, Dr. Clancy Wainwright, knows more about the patients at Bethnal House, names and identities and such. That's the man you want. But he wasn't sure where to find him on his off day. Just what I need, more hoofing it around town. She said you might check out Nandy's shop in Sora Square. Apparently Wainwright's been consulting Nandy for a secret project. Thanks for that. On one other thing. Listen, mate, I hate to kick a Minotaur when he's down, but you've got to be on your way. Yeah. Of course. I respect you as I respect this establishment, even if I've been thoroughly put out here as of late. Quit your griping, Daly. It's unbecoming of a Minotaur. Well, let's not have a drink this time. Here's hoping I see you on better footing, Mr. Daly. Until next time. Damn, shit is going... Oh, fuck. Molly's ward healer and debt collector is waiting on me with a vinegary look on his gob. Old Jemmy is a hardened bruiser. I hope for my sake he's not here about my debt to Molly. The bar is empty except for the brick wall of Minotaur in the doorway, one hand on his weapon, a giant meat cleaver fit for a giant's chopping block. Hey, check it out, Salty. Yo, Hoodies, how you doing? Welcome in. Good to see ya. Animalist ain't confident, try to soften him up. Let's do it, let's do it. Let's just not fuck this up. We didn't fuck it up. Jemmy, if I don't miss my guess, you're a gin-drinking Minotaur, right? Aye, that I am. In fact, my old dad was a bootleg gin distiller. Look at this. To my utter surprise, the oversized thug produces a pint bottle from his coat pocket and hands it to me. Go ahead, take it. See the label there? Jeremiah's gin. He was quite the rake in his day. That worked out better than I'd hoped. Thanks, Jemmy. But someday I still hope I get the chance to kick your teeth in. That's right, old chap. Channel the anger into something useful. Now that we've dealt with the pleasantries, Miss Molly sent me to offer you a favor. She has generously arranged you to work off some of your outstanding debt. Don't scare me, Jemmy. From one maverick to another, just tell me what I need to know. Listen to me, Cully. I'll clear this up for you right now. We know Clara Reed fobbed your dosh. She's a dolly, isn't she? She's only after one thing. Consider that a reminder. Consider last night a reminder of that. Well, since you haven't cut me in half yet, I assume you're going to tell me how I can make this right. First smart thing you've said today. Go talk to Molly at the tavern, and I suggest you clean the wax out of your ears first. She wants to give you this assignment personally. Hoodies, how you doing today? Once I head out there, I should go straight for the tavern. I won't be around this way again for a while. Let's go. Oh, damn. That was a quick chapter. I wasn't expecting to go through those two chapters so quickly. And we're back to Clara. We're not back to Teddy. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Your performance at the Palladium was interrupted by Atticus Daly, a Minotaur who was in his cups as well as in the chips. After a heart-to-heart at the Velvet Rove, you relieved him of his winnings, only to lose the money after getting bushwhacked by Molly's chief goon, Jemmy. Just before dawn, Ease gave you his take on the killer's latest victim. Mahogany and gold-trimmed trails along the wallpaper, and the paintings and fixtures are hung so high that they're an absolute nightmare for the maids to dust. The electric lamps are at the forefront of technical design, retrofitted to the oil lamp sockets of old. And high ceilings make for an airy ambience where style is favored over substance. Your telescope and other homespun necessities clash with ornate decorations of the suite. With your clientele, including Tenor Cunningham of seemingly bottomless pockets, you can well afford the monthly rate. The suite is as temporary a residence as you've ever had since you left America, allowing for an escape from the chaos of London, while at the same time never feeling exactly like home. Love that there's a 35k reward to play Sonic 2. There is, and it gets redeemed pretty regularly. I can now beat the game. The fastest I've ever beaten the game is 38 minutes. I got a new personal record a couple of weeks ago. Nothing like a good rest after a night of disappointment. Mr. Chalamet Duval's promised missive seems to have arrived. Did Suri slip the lid underneath my door? Or perhaps one of Eve's Mysterious's colleagues are to blame? No point in putting it off, I suppose. Miss Clara Reed, please hasten yourself to the Velvet Rose at your earliest convenience. It is with deepest regrets and condolences that I must inform you of the passing of one Ariana Luttrell sometime after midnight last evening. Signs indicate that the death is connected to the work of the courtesan killer. Respectfully, I would urge you to consider what we spoke of last night. My employers greatly desire your presence at the Rose, as well as your assistance inspecting the body. Please do not delay. My sympathies for the loss of your peer. Yours, Yves Chalamet Duval. The passing of Ariana Luttrell? God's wounds. I just spoke to her last evening. Suppose there's inevitable, but yeah. The frigid bastards. I suppose I should be getting on with it then. I've got little other choice. Intuition, tact, or grace. The black cat from Surrey Square lounges about your suite, although, as though he's always been there. Bacon, how did you ever find your way here? Getting cat hair off the furniture is going to be a nightmare. I have a cat now. Look at this cute little face. Pet the cat. Who's a good cat? Who belongs right on a sandwich with tomatoes and, really find a snack. But I have bacon right here. I'm really not planning on eating a cat, as cute as he is. Now we have pet the cat and pet the dog. Great success. Tenor left me these. Roses of several colors, dethorned, and arranged to near perfection. His attempts to win me over are flattering, but if I escape London on his dime, then I'd be obliged to join him in the Republic of Texas, at least for a time. I shudder at the thought, though I'm sure that part of the country is rather beautiful. There's a note here as well. Hey there, Spitfire. Thought of you when I saw these, so I snapped them right up. They remind me of the wildflowers in West Texas. Someday I'll take you to see them bloom. But these are roses. Spitfire, I don't know why he insists on using that nettlesome pet name. Porcelain tea set atop a dinette table whose marble is so polished I can see my own reflection. Let's have some tea. Yes, when in Rome, as they say, but I've yet to find a tea that keeps my nose from wrinkling. How much should I bribe the concierge to provide me with some coffee beans? Payment equivalent to the royal coffers. It's pre-Texas joining the US. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's before Texas became part of the United States. That's very interesting. I almost regret Lord Beresford introduced me to that wicked ambrosia as per his last appointment. The tea's gone cold now. Not that it was better when it was hot. Not a tea fan. Deck of tarot cards. Back stateside, they've become high fashion. As to whether they really tell one anything, well... It's the Hanged Man. Should I take this as yet another firm reminder to handle my business and get clear of London? This mirror's intricate gold inlays would make any maid dusting it want to expire. That said, the low table is perfect for preparing for a night out, or a day about London. It frames me quite nicely. Straighten the back, elongate the back. Good posture is foremost. My Brise fan is here. Shall I practice? Yeah, let's do it. The white silk fan unfurls with a flourish of the wrist. I close the fan and then tap my left ear with its tip. I flick the fan open and quickly snap it closed again. I love you, the fan whispers. Interesting. I flick the fan in front of my open eyes, hiding my face. You're being watched. We are being watched, the fan murmurs. Thank you for standing here, Darth. Good to see you. Is that 2 standing here's in a row? It is 2 standing here's in a row. carry the fan in my left hand while daintily fanning my face. I desire to make your acquaintance, the fan says. I close the fan and tap my left ear with its tip. I wish to be rid of you, the fan declares. I flick the fan open and quickly snap it closed again. Bastard. Fascinating. Damn. Clara lives well. The most comfortable and expensive place I've ever slept, worth every penny. If a little garish, there's something about the scroll work and the gilded feet that hits the luxury nail on the head. Drawing a bath takes quite a bit of my time, but maybe it's what I need to soothe my nerves. This spacious tub is the only thing worth the crooked price of this suite. She does have rich clients, it's true. And she's one of the two most successful at the Rose. It's one place where my mind is my own. When I submerge myself past my ears, I feel weightless, like a raindrop in free fall. All packed up and ready to go, if I ever manage to leave. Won't get trapped in London. I've escaped worse. I just need to stay light on my feet and get one step ahead of the danger. One step. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Beep-ba-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba. Ba-bo-ba-doo-ba-da-ba-doo-ba-boo. State-of-the-art Malin Hansen writing ball. Shall I? My dearest Silas. The quality of food on passenger locomotives is of very low quality. It should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, and I believe you may be responsible. Oh my god. Oh. Perfect. Got it. Honestly, where do you get the nerve? Don't sign it. Better not put my name on something I don't intend to send. Yeah. Telescope. The well-loved telescope aims a glossy lens to the heavens. Astronomy suits you as your humble hobby. Let's look down. What knowledge could I learn from thinking? Yeah, true. Do I expect a murderer to parade his crime in front of an open window? Yes, yes, I do. All right, I'm gonna save real quick. I will be back in just 2 seconds, everybody. I ordered food because I thought that certain leftovers were certain things, but they were other things. So I ordered food instead of making food. So I'll be back in 1 second. I'm just gonna go get it. All right, we back. Although, because I can't really, read and talk at the same time, we might just have a quick break, more of an extended one, so that way you're not getting me full of foodstuffs. It is a burrito. It's a big fucking one. Luckily, I have superpowers, and I can clear through a burrito in about 5 minutes. So I'm just going to turn this into a bit of an extended quick eat break, and then we'll get back to the game. So just give me a couple of minutes. I'll see you in a sec. All right. We back for realsies now. Burrito destroyed. It is done. Yep, I finished it. The burrito has been completed. I would like... Okay, there we go. Okay. Audio settings behaving. Nice. Let's do it. Sorry about that. I was trying to get a thing working on my stream deck. Let's get right back to it. We're making really good progress. We've already cleared 2 chapters today. On the outside, the Bell Jar Hotel looks like the rest of the grimy Saurus Square. Once you step inside, you might not believe the splendor. The interiors boast red-carpeted hallways and spiraling stairs with gilded banisters, and bellhops are just to the nines, with white silk skirts and swallowtail soup coats by Pool and Company. Nobody knows for sure who owns the building, but rumors point to royal blood. I like that band. In contrast to the East End's sooty streets, the Bell Jar's accommodations are noticeably upscale. Like the oblong vessel it was named after, the hotel offers a vacuum of discretion for high society individuals seeking a plush locale away from Soho or Kensington, where they might be otherwise recognized. What's Iron Bear doing here? It's rare to see him without Tenor nearby. Iron Bear, good morning. What brings you here today? I thought Tenor didn't require my services until this evening. That is correct. However, with the events of night previous, Cunningham thought my services as a bodyguard might be more useful elsewhere. Egad, has word spread so quickly? It's London, of course it has. Uh-oh. Tenor can be so overbearing. I'm lucky this is all he did. Convince Iron Bear you do not need a minder. Just barely. While I appreciate your concern, I must stress that the events of last night shall not be repeated. Please convey my greetings to Tenor and assure him that I will see him this evening. It's good to see you are well. He's not leaving. Did Tenor require that you remain glued to my side? He failed to specify. Well, in that case, I have things I must do today, and I'm certain you do as well. Cunningham is concerned for your well-being. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he included himself in that. Suggest a compromise. Look, since I'm sure you have better things to do than follow me around, what if we agreed to meet later at the tavern? I believe that could be arranged. Thank you, Iron Bear. Truly. Good day, Miss Reed. My kingdom for some respite from all this. You wrote this? Oh, that's fun. That was a cute interaction. I like that a lot. I really enjoyed it. A country house overlooking a lake beneath a gloomy gray sky. A castle on a hill at sunrise. Calls to mind faraway places. Opulence. Prestige. Pretension. Okay. Shout out to the sound design for like the voices in here, because I legitimately, with the way that they're angled, because of where my window is, I legitimately thought I heard somebody outside. So very good audio spatial work in here, because that actually tripped me up a bit. That was really good. Hotel's key rack. Quite a useful way to determine who's in and out without asking. names in the guest book are an undeniable proof of a hotel's preeminence. Lord Tennyson. And I missed him. Rotten luck. Sorry. Miss Reed, how lovely to see you. Feels like we haven't talked in ages. Suri and I became fast friends as soon as I moved into the bell jar. Indeed. My days seem to be consumed with flitting from one place to another and back again. I'm gonna need steam-powered feet at some point. Are you still planning on leaving London? I'm always sad when clients of better sort leave for greener pastures. I'm not sure. It's proving to be a thorny issue and expensive. I know exactly what you mean. I would like a change myself, though sometimes I feel as though I'm rooted in place here like a potted plant. The bell jar does suit you, though, Suri. A classy establishment without the right kind of staff might as well be an overpriced flophouse. Oh, I almost forgot. I have something for you. Suri fumbles around in a drawer for a moment before producing some kind of feather duster. It's a gift from Mr. Cunningham. He asked me to pass it along. It's from Texas, too. I thought it fitting from an expatriate like yourself. Ah, thank you. Ugly fan. Nice. Well, we have an ugly one. Should return to my duties, but do let me know before you leave town and we'll have a proper talk. Look at these poor dried out things. Not enough sun in here either. Oh my god, I still have the give Ariana time to make her choice. I don't think she can anymore. I wonder if I had told her to go talk to Felipe if she survives. I wonder if by telling her to stay, I accidentally condemned her to death. There are a couple of potential outcomes. Interesting. Very, very intriguing. A real silver tea service. I prefer coffee, but I quickly learned to keep that to myself in London. Oh, to keep that. There was an emphasis on that. I quickly learned to keep that to myself. Whoop. Sorry, everybody. I didn't mean to clear chat. I accidentally clicked a button on my OBS. This is a genuine Persian, if I'm not mistaken. The bell jar's water feature, elegant and calming. Must have cost a fortune. And a sofa. I'll take those coins. Thank you. In Sora Square, the East End's crossroads of commerce and vice, the medieval cobbles still bear the weight of modern wheels and footwear. The streets, alleys, and plazas have avoided being pressed into the billows black of macadam gracing the lanes around Piccadilly, Kensington, and other wealthy areas. You've heard it said that due to an ongoing trademark dispute, each individual stone would need to be granted a day in court before its removal to make way for smoother pavement. Sora Square's amenities and surroundings attract people of varying moralities. Even so, the elites of London rarely cross the River Lee, and anything east of Aldgate is commonly held as out of bounds except for urgent errands. Oh, we might as well head on over to the Velvet Rose. I don't actually think I have any other missions right now. Yeah, I've done everything else. I literally just have main quests. Let's do it. I can't really do the Fisherman's Bride anymore. She's dead. How did the Fisherman's Bride die? Metroid, welcome in. At the end of the last chapter, when we were playing as Atticus, we spent a night at the Rose, and when we woke up in our drunken stupor in the next room over, we found her dead. She had been murdered. She is most likely the latest victim of the courtesan killer. Welcome in. Good to see you. Sorry to bring you in on that sad note, but yep, that's where we're at. All right, what does Assault Vault have for you? Emotes. We can react accordingly to the sad news. Why do I feel like Clem's gonna be mad at me? Let's talk to Clem. I feel like she's about to tear me a new one. Okay, that is the fucking cheese emote with the wieners is actually hysterical. Oh my god. Ms. Reed, why the long face? Believe it or not, Clem, I'm here to inspect a body. You're here to inspect a body? Were you secretly a police special this whole time? Far from it, I assure you. No point in explaining to Clem how I ended up in this mess, especially when I'm unsure of the finer details myself. Listen, you know I care for all the girls here, and I know you do too. It's terrible what happened last night, right under our very noses. If only I could've... She cuts off, shaking her head. There's nothing I can do. I know that, plain as day. But Clara, you might just have a chance. You think so? I do. You're whip smart and you care about the girls too. Don't try to deny it. There's no one else I'd rather have on the case. Well, I thank you for the vote of confidence. That's what I'm here for. Now you best get upstairs. Nothing to be learned hanging around here. You're right. Maybe I have more of a chance to track down this killer than I thought. At least, at the very least, it's good to know Clem supports my efforts. Yeah, let's do it. The plush carpet underfoot is now uncomfortably reminiscent of spilled blood. Is it your imagination that a sense of violent death taints the air? That it's much colder in here than usual? You've never given much credit to stories of spirits lingering near the sites of deaths. The victim was a friend who worked at the Rose alongside you. You wonder if she suffered. You wonder who could be responsible. Steel yourself. The truth is but a few moments away. Good day, Miss Reed. Go ahead. I've cleared the room for you. Ooh. The air in this room is stifling. It's that solid sense of dread that you only find next to a corpse. Quite different from simply reading about the courtesan killer in the papers. Every problem seems inconsequential until it's at your doorstep. Poor Arya. If I can find the monster that did this, perhaps her spirit can rest. Saints above, what will I tell Felipe? Would it be pertinent to look around the room, or inspect the body first? The rake and spacing of these claw marks seems oddly uniform. How's the old saying go? Symmetry is rarely found in nature. On the contrary, symmetry can be found in nature often, if memory of my college days serves me. A twee saying, really. The concentration of blood suggests the struggle began on the bed and proceeded until she didn't have the energy to continue. Reticule. Terrible. It's Arya's reticule. Bloody and torn to shreds. It's only appropriate. Some small act of personhood to bestow upon my fallen friend. Pocket watch. This pocket watch looks rather familiar. Have I seen it before? The interior cover is engraved with a decorative image of a bird in flight. There appears to be a significant scratch marring the image. I'll hold on to this, see if I can't inquire after its owner. Perhaps Aunt Selena over at the curio shop could enlighten me. One of two places the killer could have entered the room, the other being the door, of course. I run my fingers along the wood grain near the hinges, feeling for any splintering. The killer entered this way. It appears they didn't force the window open. Her lifeless and torn up body moldering on the brothel floor. By the saints, all the more haunting up close. Ariana's hands sit open, though through those stiff rigor mortis. Carefully place her torn up reticle in the cage of her cold fingers. Rest well, Aria. No need to worry about us left behind. No need to worry about anything anymore. Yeah. Poor Ariana. Where shall I start? Inspect the body. Her injuries appear to be puncture wounds primarily, with some slashes and rips interspersed. Many of these wounds are surprisingly neat. Whatever inflicted them was sharp and precise. That's what I've been saying. I'm pretty sure that it's one of Molly's doghounds who's been rigged up with weaponry. I don't think it's a werewolf. The cause of death was likely blood loss or perhaps asphyxiation. Either way, her neck is little more than a pulpy, bloody mess which sits congealing on the floor. Her chest and lungs, likewise, have been badly damaged. Observe the room. Observe the blood splatter. Fuck! The blood trails crisscross every which way across the bedding and floor. A rather violent struggle, to be sure. Investigate the puncture marks. The multitude of puncture wounds across her body seem to have one thing in common. They are, generally speaking, uniform, as if they were created by the same weapon. Whatever created them passed in and out of the flesh cleanly and with purpose. The puncture wounds, the shape of the injury, and even the fight and the torn up corpse suggest that this was an attack carried out by tooth and claw. But if that's the case, why are the wounds clean? The creature bit, but did not chew? Did not tear off chunks of stove-warm flesh to consume? Examine the torn stomach. The torso of the deceased has been sliced open around the stomach and into the chest cavity. It's grim and gruesome work to sort through. Within the cavity of her flesh and bone, her organs form a disorderly chorus of reds, purples, and browns. I recognize a few, yet others are curiously absent. Her heart is missing, as is her liver. I think other organs might be missing besides. They're making it look like werewolves, but they're harvesting for surgery. As you comb through the viscera, it occurs to you that there are no other bite marks upon the organs, or all that's left of them. There are no bite marks upon the organs, or else all that is left of them is a sloppy, putrid mess of pierced or torn flesh. There are no half organs either, nothing ripped apart or partly devoured. If this was some animal attack, why are some organs devoured wholesale and others left completely alone? It's all far too clean. Yeah. There's nothing more to be done here. Like, it's meant to look rough, but it's actually quite precise. Before we start, I thought I might let you know the prevailing theory now that you've had the opportunity to inspect the room for yourself. Let's hear it then. The authorities believe that this crime was not committed by self-possessed hands. Specifically, they're working under the assumption that this killing was committed by a lycanthrope, given this, as well as the last killing's proximity to the full moon. And what do you believe? Suffice to say, there are many aspects of this case that do not make sense to me. Indeed, there are cracks in that conclusion. Least of all, that last night was not the full moon proper. Some werewolves have been known to lose their heads in the days preceding it, but it is far from a universal affliction. I would do my best to reserve my judgment, and for that matter, consider how much I'm willing to share with my friend here. But sharing our findings will be mutually beneficial to us both, insofar as understanding how this case goes. That said, it is hard to trust this unknown man, let alone his shadowy backers. So, Miss Reed, you've seen the body. Anything you'd like to share? Nasty work, though hardly my first time seeing a dead body up close. There was a watch among the things in the room. I wonder if I might take it and attempt to identify its origin myself. That is fine with me. I'll make sure the proper authorities know where the item is gone. Nasty work, though hardly my first time seeing a dead body close up. Care to expand on that, mademoiselle? Too numerous to remember every instance. Saints, that's an alarming notion now that I think about it. Perhaps another time, detective. Eve blinks with a drowsy understanding. The polite refusal does not seem to shake him. The scene was unusually gruesome. A horrific tableau. The wounds on her body were inflicted by something sharp and piercing. Yeah, we'll share this. An interesting observation. Please go on. They were too uniform to be random. Honestly, yeah, I'm sharing. Well, I noticed something strange when looking closely at her wounds. They were altogether uniform, precise. There's no sign of mastication, of, well, chewing. Well, Miss Reed, that is a most disturbing detail. It would certainly contradict the prevailing notion this was done by a werewolf. Was there anything else? State of her organs, some were missing. I'll share this too. Her heart and liver are missing. There may be additional organs missing as well, though I'm no physician. Similar situation occurred with the other victims. Strokes his chin for a moment. Were there any further details you noticed? I don't give a fuck. I'm going to share it all. It might come to blow me, bite me in the ass later on, but there's no reason for me not to. There are no partial organs. Her heart and liver at least were missing wholesale. Near every organ was either damaged nearly beyond recognition, though present, or left alone entirely. Were this some kind of animal attack, one might suspect some kind of feeding or partial consumption. You're quite right if it was not an animal. Eve does not look shaken. His composure suggests that these doubts had already crossed his mind. Anything else? Those are the details that struck me as particularly strange. I left a considerable amount of evidence, which he did not. I'll leave it be. I hope that the information I found will prove useful. Mouth twitches for a moment, as if you were anticipating the need to retort. I expect it will. I must say, I am most impressed with your observational skills. You may have missed your calling as a private detective. Of all the many roles I've played throughout my life, police special is not one I ever considered. This UI feels a lot like Disco Elysium. I know it's the same genre of game. Is there a connection? So people are saying that this game is really... People have been saying that there was going to start being like disco-likes, the same way we have like roguelikes and stuff, and Souls-likes. People were saying that like Disco Elysium was going to start a trend of disco-likes, and I would say, and some people would say as well, that this really feels like the first disco-like, where that was very clearly heavily inspired by Disco Elysium. Because I don't even know if there is like a full genre of game yet, but definitely the Disco Elysium inspiration is very, very clear here. In terms of like having the different parts of the mind giving different takes, and the way that you can change your responses. And instead of using dice rolls, we're doing Yo, lost the ghost. Hilarious and perfect timing. Instead of dice rolls, we're doing like the tarot card pulls. I think honestly, I like the tarot card mechanics. If there's one thing that I would love to see others that start to like play into this format and genre, I would love to see the tarot card mechanics show up in other games. I love the idea that like your luck isn't just tied to your skill, but how much you press it. Because you don't get cards back in the deck until you draw the Fool, in which case that deck reshuffles. So if you've played your king card in whichever suit, you can't roll. It's like if you roll an 18, you can't roll an 18 again until you roll a 1, and then you get all your numbers back. So if you play all your high cards early, you're gonna have less luck later on, but if you play a bunch of shit cards at the end and at the beginning, you have a better chance of rolling high. So it's a really interesting way and interesting mechanic in terms of like how the skill checks go. And you know, it also ties into the sense with this game of like your luck inevitably runs out, which kind of ties to the kind of dank and dark world that we're exploring, where you will eventually have a bad day or have bad luck. So it's kind of neat. Can imagine it takes a while to make a visual novel just to write up the whole story, but the tarot deck is a cool way to do it. Yeah, I mean, like these games are so heavily narrative, right? And there's so much writing to do and so much character conversations to have and all of that stuff. You know, it shows, and to have the writing be good consistently is tough too. But that's, you know, I feel like this game's done that in spades. The writing in this game is fantastic. Yeah, there were over 6 writers, which most games, that's a lot, especially for an indie game. We've made good progress here, Miss Reed. Let me know if there's anything else. Certainly. One more thing. I generally refrain from dealing directly with them, but the dog counts have eyes and ears all over London. Molly O'Malley may be privy to some details regarding the perpetrator's true identity and whereabouts. Molly O'Malley. Wonderful. By the by, Miss Reed, I would like to fill you in on what we know of the other victims. It's important you know what we're walking into. All right. What should I know? What would you like to discuss first? All right. Talk about the first killing. Writers coordinate well? I think so. I agree. I agree. What would you pin as the first incident of this case? Can you tell me about the victim? The first reported victim was a washerwoman by the name of Rachel Nichols. I recall hearing of her death. The papers claim she was streetwalking when it occurred, though I never encountered her in any circles I'm privy to. Indeed, Miss Nichols had her issues with gin and was sleeping rough outside some shop or public house the night of her death, surrounded by a tidy collection of Jonathan Silver gin. The self-same gin I received from Glenn Forrester must be a favorite of his as well. Though I've found no indication she ever worked as a dolly, let alone on that evening in particular. Yet the papers reported as much. Can't say I'm surprised. Her body was found several months past at the height of summer. I sense a butt coming. However, I'm given to believe that there was an incident that predated even hers. Gwen Saini, whose body washed up on the Thames some 2 months prior to Miss Nichols. I believe I might have a connection to Miss Saini. Ariana spoke of her last evening, a fellow seamstress from her early years, if memory serves. Ariana was quite concerned about the circumstances of her death. Ah. Miss Reed, that's remarkable. Gwen Saini had ties to a later victim? That solidifies her connection to this case. I'll look deeper into her death and encourage you to do the same. Mention Breslavia. Ariana said Gwen was raised in Breslavia. Given our suspicion regarding lycanthropes, that information feels particularly relevant. Indeed, that is quite the break. Well done, Miss Reed. Fantastic work. I'll have to keep it in mind moving forward. Certainly. It's a lot to take in. Ask about the murders not in the papers. Have you heard about any other killings of this type that were not reported on? As you know, the woman was not the first. This woman was not the first victim of this particular modus operandi. He chose his phrasing carefully there. To answer your question, neither the crime scene nor the particulars of the victim are unique. They follow an obvious pattern, of course, that which popular consciousness is privy to, and other similarities besides. I knew these atrocities were particularly gruesome, but it seemed like many particulars of the case have been left out of public knowledge. There were similar incidents that, for one reason or another, have not been taken up by the press. Tragically, even accounting for them, there's little to go off of in terms of identifying a suspect. Little, but not nothing. Indeed. We have already spoken of Casey Logry, if memory serves. The dolly mop who was found with medicine from one Gordon Gray in his possession. Any news on that front? I have already been to Mr. Gray's shop in Sora Square and spoken to him, but I found nothing of consequence. I did, however, have the suspicion that he may not have been entirely forthcoming. Perhaps you might succeed where I did not. I'll pay him a visit as when I have the chance. Best of luck, Miss Reed. I hope it turns up something worthwhile. I hope so, too. Can you tell me about Hannah Lind, last month's victim? Are you familiar with her? She used to work for the Rose. Myself and other girls remember her well enough. C'est bien. I'm sure that'll be helpful as we build our case. Indeed. Hannah Lind. Just as the others were, she was badly brutalized. Her body was a mess. Several of her organs were not present among the viscera. Just the same as the senseless slaughter that occurred last night. Can you tell me what Hannah's time at the Velvet Rose was like? I was not particularly close to Miss Lind, but I recall her employment here ending perhaps 2 years ago. Were the circumstances of the DePeace departure amicable? They seem to be. As far as I'm aware, she relocated to the south bank of the Thames. It was Madame Zora who suggested a more local brothel. She moved as planned and was thereafter employed with them. There were no hard feelings to speak of. I heard much the same already, but thank you for sharing your perspective, Miss Reed. Always a pleasure to help. Anything else I should know? I'm afraid that's all I know of the victims. Thank you for the information. As you said, it's best we follow up on these leads for the time being. Of course, Miss Reed. Best of luck. All right. Sorry, Clara. I can't imagine what you're going through. Yeah, we're out of here. Oh yeah, we've got a few things. Okay. Let's see. Curio shop. Let's go to the curio shop. Buy a watch, sir or madam? Wristwatches. How dull must someone be to always need to know the time? Wow. Shots fired. Instruments. I'm certain I could learn to play something, but I've got more of a knack for singing. And Selena has a well-kept shop despite it being packed full of gewgaws, knickknacks, and bagatelles. Miss Kameni, hello. How's business? Always better when you come around, dear. A pretty face is better than a dozen candles for lighting up the place. Ask if she has any ladies fans. Don't know if I've mentioned this before, but I'm always on the lookout for a new ladies fan. If you have something particularly stylish or unusual, that is. Well, I have this. I don't know if it's stylish, but I'll let you have it for a shilling. It's not fancy, but it's pretty enough for 1 shilling. I'm wondering if you could tell me anything about this pocket watch. It's a fancy one. Anybody could tell you that. Real gold plate. And yes, I've seen it before. Does that show? So, are you sure? Yeah, certainly. See the inside of the lid? The engraving of a bird with a great bloody scratch across the beak. What a shame. But I recognize it well. I sold it to a chap a while back. Do you remember when you sold it? A few months back at least. Might have been more than a few. Can you tell me about the man you sold it to? He'd never been in the shop before, but I'd seen him around the neighborhood. A tall fellow, lean but not scrawny. He didn't look moneyed at all, but gave the impression of great strength. Stunning head of hair on him too, ginger and thick. Sounds like Miss Kameni might have had a bit of a crush on this mystery man. Girl could do worse, in my opinion. Do you recall the man's name? I believe so. Sean? Simon, perhaps? Sykes? That's the one. You don't know him, do you? I've made his acquaintance. Now, is Sykes involved, or did Sykes get framed? I've made his acquaintance. I knew I recognized the watch. That's more than a little suspicious, seeing as I found it at the crime scene. But it's almost too suspicious. Sykes may have forgotten it, or it could easily have been planted there. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it was planted. Something else I'd like to discuss. What else do you have in mind? Any new trinkets? Yeah, the plot thickens, right, Joes? That's how I'm feeling. No, but I have something much better than a trinket. This little item just fell in my hands just yesterday. She produces a tidy leather case, obviously not for cigarettes. This here is an alternate to carrying around keys. Perhaps you've seen it before? Should you find yourself locked out of your flat late at night, or if you lose the key to your steamer trunk, this will fix you right up. A familiar problem indeed. This particular lockpick has a whiff of magic to it, if you've got the nose to sense it, that is. I believe I've heard of such tools before. How much you want for this one? £3 sterling. Do I even have that? Fuck it, we're taking it. I'll take a magic lockpick. It's nice to see you, Miss Kameni. I'll be on my way. You're welcome back anytime. It was lovely having you stop by. Won't let you buy it if you can't? Okay, that's good to know. All right. Let's go break the news to Felipe. Good day, my lady. Lovely weather for a change, isn't it? Okay, we're good. You're not the person I thought you were. Oh, there he is. I didn't... The white on white, I didn't even see him. I ran right past him. Fresh fish? Who doesn't need fresh fish? Oh, dear. I've accidentally locked eyes with Felipe. Señorita Clara. Necesito hablar cognito, por favor. Oh, boy. Felipe, I'm not sure what you've heard. Clara, no one at the Rose will tell me where she's gone. Anyone I ask closes up like a clam. Cowardly thing to do, but I understand the impulse. Please, you must tell me anything you know. Ariana, mi alma. I need to know if she's alright. Am I really prepared to tell him about Ariana? You've heard nothing? I've heard whispers. And I've seen los gendarmes circling the rows. Perhaps Ariana is hiding out for safety. Shield them from the truth or tell them the truth. No, we're telling them the truth. Sorry, homie. Sorry, homie. Not fun, but we're doing it. I'm so sorry, Felipe. I barely have the words to say it myself. He shakes his head as if he doesn't want to believe me. He doesn't want to. But I spoke to her yesterday. She promised me an answer. Tell me where she is. I'm sorry, Felipe. It doesn't feel real that she's gone, but I'm afraid Ariana is dead. No, but it cannot be. Who did this to you? You did this to her. You have to know. If I find out, Felipe, of that, I will find out, Felipe, of that much you have my word, but I must be sure. Wouldn't be wise to let him in on the investigation. A heart soaked in grief renders clarity difficult. No one knows, Felipe. It pains me that all I can do is offer you my condolences. Though perhaps... Nope, I'm not. The poor man has suffered enough. The best thing I can do for Arya and Felipe is focusing on the killer. It was good seeing you, my friend. Well. Cool. All right, let's go talk to Gordon Gray. Not here. That's odd. Nobody's in the shop, but the door was open. Better have a look around. The shelf is covered in tinctures, salves, and cure-alls in the wall. There's something odd about the shelving. It doesn't seem to be flush with the wall. Not entirely, anyway. There does seem to be something odd about it. I wonder what happened if I pushed. The rack gives way with minimal exertion. Well, strike me blind. Isn't that curious? Yes, isn't it? The dark passage opens into a well-lit dungeon. Standing not far from a table of gore, the local apothecary reads over some papers. Hello, gamers. Maggie, hi. How are you? Welcome in. How are you doing today? There's a chunk of flesh on the floor that looks remarkably like a human heart. This game is so cool. It is super cool. This game is really good. I shan't like to speculate, nor will I let my eyes linger on what I can only surmise is an operation table. The metal slab is stained with many layers of blood, as if multiple creatures let go of their life-giving essence upon its surface. Well, this just got real. I just got home from a fancy fundraiser brunch. Yo, how was that? I'm gonna save. What? Oh. Misread. Did no one ever tell you it was unkind to go barging into the back of someone's store unannounced? A steel scalpel rests on the table near his hand. An apothecary and a surgeon both, it seems. Best not worry about it until he gives me a reason to. Fundraiser brunch was cool. It was at the art museum and raised a fair amount from what I could tell. It's weird working for a non-profit now. Yeah, fair. I can see how that would be a strange one. Pardon the prying, but what exactly are you doing here? Even through his complex array of lenses, I can see him raise his eyebrow. I'm an apothecary, Miss Reed. I must know the effects of my sanatives on the human body. While I should not be surprised at the lack of education among the less advantaged of London, I thought you were at least aware that the human body contains organs. One might think that the more advantaged might learn to speak to other people as though they were more than beasts, but it seems it's a day of great disappointment for the both of us, Mr. Gray. They contain organs, it's true. You can play music on them. He seems taken aback for a moment by the repartee. Need I remind you that you're the one trespassing in my shop? What cause have I for politeness to an intruder? Either he's all bluster, or he truly has no idea how this looks. Neither option speaks well of him. What a man does or does not do in his own place of business does not... His eyes flash to a door on the back wall, then back to me. Alright. My operation is somewhat less than legal, and I would rather not be stumbled upon by those with loose tongues and feeble minds, but I assure you, what I'm doing here is both completely normal and entirely ethical. I'm surprised I have a string and pipe instrument inside me. True. True. We all got a little bit of the music inside of us, right? That's what that means, right? This seems to be the truth, as he believes it to be at any rate. Where do these organs come from, Mr. Gray? It's Apex time, but I will be watching. I want to watch more of this game. Heck yeah, it's a very fun game. That is not the button I meant to hit, but whatever. Look, it is no secret that physicians have need of cadavers to practice their work, nor is it a secret that there are never enough volunteers. It has become a rather hot topic the last few years. All manner of questionable practices have been dragged into the fore. I don't need a sermon on the sanctity of burials or the inviolability, wow, words, of the body, Miss Reed. Medical science must progress, and if I must pay a man to visit a graveyard, take from those who will never mind in order to progress, and that is what I do. I'm certain that your own personal enrichment doesn't factor into that one whit. As I said, I need no sanctimonious lectures today. Where do these organs come from, Mr. Gray? As I said before, from bodies. I believe the proper response to such willful dismissal is a sneer. Fine, fine. I have the organs delivered once a fortnight. I have a place to receive them, not far from the shop. A dead drop. Have done for years. A dead drop? Blasted good story whether true or not, though I'd wager Mr. Gray is none too skilled at lying. 10 of 2, I head down there. I take what's been left, I deposit payment in return. Beyond that, I have no interest in where they come from, nor have I ever. Who delivers? Miss Reed, if I even knew, why would I tell you? That's enough chit-chat. He gives a deflated sigh, knowing that my interrogation is certainly not over. I think that you might want to avoid the attention of the law, hidden as your operation is. You misunderstand the nature of this beast, Miss Reed. If medical experimentation on cadavers is a secret at all, it is an open one. Should you go to the police, they will offer you some token response unless they have other cause to wish me ill. Another regrettably accurate point. I am not out robbing graves myself, and possession of these organs breaks no laws. Perhaps he has not made the connection between the recent happenings and the great deal of human remains on the table. Inquire as to the quantity of his specimens. I notice that you seem to have no shortage of fresh research material. Is it common that you find yourself so flush with donations? This question gives him pause. Well, most of these have been in formaldehyde for the better part of a month, but the deliveries lately have been particularly bountiful. What are you getting at? Remind him there's a killer on the loose. Do you not think the authorities, perhaps even the press, might be interested in the procurement of a large quantity of fresh organs at a time when dollies are winding up slaughtered, organless, and splayed out on the London streets? He's genuinely flummoxed by the insinuation, especially since one of the victims was found with a vial of your medicine. I don't... What? No, I have nothing to do with that business. Why should I? Mr. Gray takes a deep breath and regains his composure. Fine. As I said, I don't know anything. I sell lots of medicine, Miss Reed. Nothing suspicious about that. Were it not for the suspicious trade in organs, he'd have a point. But if I were some sort of criminal, I might spend my time with dogs chasing my tail about on the edge of the Thames. That's all I have to say about the matter. You're trying to shift the blame to the dockhounds? Not particularly subtle, though I suppose he's up to his elbows in blood. Mr. Gray, I believe I'll take my leave now. You've been most helpful. Whether or not it was your genuine intent. Bah, close the door on the way out. I will not weasel any more out of him. This is far from over, but now's the time to remove myself from this grotesque little vista. No, we're gonna look around the room first. There's still blood on it despite the sizable drain. How many bodies does he dissect? How I hope poor Ariana's body did not end up down here, though I fear it would be naive to assume it did not. Cold steel for colder bodies. Given that it is still bagged, I would assume he has yet to embalm this departed soul. Urns for the cremated. It's rather like London. Numerous unfortunate souls shuffled off and tucked away in tight spaces. Seems we're dealing with quite the collector. He must unearth all sorts of samples. Well... Great. That went well. Now to go visit Molly. Now to go visit Molly. All right. I'm sure this is going to go well. There's Iron Bear, and Tenor is still nowhere to be found. As always, he's doodling in the notebook he brings with him everywhere. A tumbler of whiskey sits before him on the bar, dewy with condensation, but untouched. Good to see you again, Iron Bear. May I ask what you're working on? Miss Reed, I see you're a woman of your word. I'm working on battle plans, of course. I'm an advanced scout for the Comanche people. Is it Comanche? Comanche? I don't think I've ever actually pronounced that out loud. I'm gonna look it up. Comanche. Had his dry wit not broken into a small chuckle, I might have believed he was serious. Very droll. Sounds frightfully bloody. At least it'd make a change from our current governance. Now it's my turn to ask what you were working on, seeing as it provided me with an unanticipated day off. Ah yes, I was eager not to have Iron Bear following me about London, but of course the man would want some explanation. Not that I can tell what's really happening. Just client business, you know, of a sensitive nature. His skepticism radiates, although he doesn't gainsay me. I could leave now. I've met Iron Bear as promised, but I find myself in possession of a rare opportunity to get to know the man a little better. Well, since we're both here, wonder if you might permit me a little curiosity? I have no particular objections. I've noticed you always walk behind Tenor like a valet. That's unusual for a bodyguard. A Comanche custom, perhaps? Cunningham knows not to walk beside or behind me. He's not a warrior, but a businessman. He has not earned that right. Ah, interesting. Were you anticipating a bit of danger this trip? Looking forward to a bit of flash? Not only does Tenor open his own doors, but you've set the terms of your employment. Seems he's accompanying you, not the other way around. Iron Bear responds with a thin, measured grin that vanishes before I even had the time to blink. I'm certain Cunningham gives little thought to my people's customs. He has his pistol for the enemies that attack the front, and me for the fool who attacks from behind. Can't fault your logic. I had thought he would spend some of his time with you today. Not for lack of trying. Still, Iron Bear has more than earned a measure of honesty from me. Tenor and I are perhaps not as close as you suppose. As expected, he looks unsurprised by the revelation. He's hinted recently that he's eager for me to return with him to this mythical Republic of Texas, land of wonder and easy prosperity. In fact, what is your opinion of the place? Texas has its highs and lows, like any other place. Between you and me, it would be much improved if there weren't so many Texans, but I'd encourage you to reach your own conclusions on the matter. When I leave London, I intend to do so on my own merit, so I'm afraid Tenor might be in for a bit of a shock. Cunningham might be shocked, but only because he would not see it coming. If it becomes a home, one must not be afraid to leave a place when it's time to move on. Even if it becomes a home. We share a moment of unexpected rapport. Seems every time that I see you, you're drawing in that journal of yours. Mind if I take a peek? Please. Rather than hand me the notebook, he opens to a particular page. On the left-hand page is a collection of sketches. Near as I can figure, they're disassembled components of some kind of machine. On the other page is a list of names. Ones I recognize are either Arsenal employees or black market weapons dealers. Most of them are crossed out. It appears you're running into a few brick walls here. I have encountered unanticipated obstacles. It appears that even London's darkest underbelly is reluctant to deal with foreigners of a certain caste. Is there something I might be able to assist with? Perhaps so, given that Lord Braxton is one of your clients. Not only do they specialize in consumer devices, but Arsenal is the premium weapons manufacturer in England. My people have the numbers, the resources, and the will to defeat the Republic of Texas Rangers. We only lack the right weapons. Yeah, let's do it. I'll help you get weapons. If I'm in a position to help you, then I will. But what exactly are you proposing? I have it from a reliable source that Lord Braxton has developed a prototype for a steam-powered repeating white rifle. The real reason I've come to Europe is to arrange a shipment of the rifles for the Comanche, but first I need the diagrams of this particular prototype. You have any idea where one might find these diagrams? Not yet, no. I came here to speak with Molly O'Malley, but she gave me the brush off. Ha! If she rebuffed you, you're better off for it. When you make a deal with a snake, you're bound to get bitten. All the same, it was a risk I was willing to take, Miss Reeds. As for the diagrams, I can assure you they're not on the airship. Lord Braxton, never works while aboard. He mostly stands out the helm while gazing out over London. So that is how the well-heeled choose to spell their time. Among other frivolous activities, yes. Alright, meet me back here later in the day. I have an appointment with an Arsenal employee who might help me locate the diagrams. It'll be helpful if you join in our conversation. But don't make it obvious that I was invited? That's right, Miss Reed. Then I'll see you here later on. For now, I'll keep my ears open and see what I can dig up. Alright, Miss Reed, sounds like a plan. Hi, Molly. By the saints, there's so much to discuss with Miss Molly. Do I have the headspace for all this now? Let's do it. There she is. Clara, dear. Thought you'd be around sooner if I'm being honest. What took you? What took you, love? Greet her in a friendly manner. O'Malley, you mad cunt. Always a pleasure. I knew I could count on Clara Reed to be sensible. Always said you were a proper professional, I did. Molly is trouble. Even before all the morals and high-mindedness, by nature she can't be trusted. She's too clever by half, and delights in finding new missteps to hold against a person. She worms her way into the smallest cracks and grows there like a weed until it tears wide open. I would resent her more for it if it wasn't so damned impressive. Now what can I do for you? I'm sure you're not here for a social call. It has been some time since I partook in a social call with O'Malley, thank you very much. And I have no intention of picking the habit back up now. Ask about the dog. Feeling insecure? Don't tell me you need a dog to protect yourself now. My dog could tear out that chatty throat of yours in a split second, but no, I don't feel insecure. Does he have a name? I thought about naming him Callidian like the Minotaur fighter, but that would have been degrading, so I ended up calling him Hercules. Oh my god. You think less of Minotaurs than... Wow. Like the famed Greek warrior. Very unoriginal, like everything about this bint. Lay down in bed, then remember I need to grocery shop. Time to lurk BRB. Oh, good luck grocery shopping. How unique. Got him a couple years back. I was at one of those demon dog shows. You know how I like those. And I saw this fellow make his way through all the obstacles without missing a beat. Some famous hound from the Baskervilles was there, but my Hercules was more vicious. Saw him tear up a gate rather than go through it. That makes sense. Was it enough to offset the weighting of dexterity over strength? Deja vu? Yeah. You can do it, Darth. Enjoy grocery shopping. My, Clara, I had no idea you were so informed. Yes, it did, as a matter of fact. Highest strength showing of the season. I've been dragged along by Silas on occasion. It's certainly not a pastime I have any fondness for. I considered the other hound, but I prefer a physical threat to a silent menace. That's Molly for you. That's so very interesting. And what is he trained for exactly? Well, for killing, of course. Other dogs most of the time. He's been the dog-on-dog champ of the East End for a decade. Just had his 8th birthday, and damn is he still kicking. How can he be a decade-long champion at 8 years old? What's that? Forget it. I'm glad you found happiness in Hercules. The dog has whip marks on his back. He looks at me like he's ready to eat me alive. Poor thing has been to hell and back. Hellhound or not. Any road. Found a new revenue source, which always makes me happy. Question her about the murders. You have your hand in 100 pots, Molly. Surely you must know something about the ongoing murders the Bobbies don't. That's flattering, Clara, but I'm not omniscient. How should I know something that the oh-so-exceptional law dogs of Scotland Yard don't know? On an unrelated note, did you see the papers this morning? Quite a little number on the front page. I haven't seen the papers. I'm afraid I've been rather busy and recovering from a rather thorough shakedown at that. Molly levels me with a sagacious grin and offers me the newspaper sitting on her table. All right, smart Alec, have a look at this. My salutations and regards. I have had such a good time with these dollies thus far. The last one was full of piss and verve, but great fun all the same. I love what I do what I love, and my love will flip London on its head. The gabbers and blue coats are up in arms about me, true, but the bobbies are tossers, and it hardly matters anyway. I'm a proper beast, and I shan't ever be caged. Things have been quiet of late, but nothing lasts forever. Hold this letter back until print. Keep it from the blue coat's hand until then, and I shan't come scratching at your door next. Humbly yours, the Canic Courser. Bloody ghastly, isn't it? It is gruesome indeed, and incredibly well timed. How could they print something like that? It's vile. Nah, it's very well timed. I know that look in your eye, Clara. Anger, and the gears turning away in your head. What's it Tenor's always calling you? His little Spitfire? I'd have cut his plums off for that one, but to each her own. What about the paper then? What am I meant to see? You can see whatever you like in it, Reed. Just that it's a hell of a lead, eh? And I'm sure you'd be wanting to have a chat with the paper that ran it. It was on my to-do list. And? You're right, I should make a call to the London Journal today. Only sensible. Memory serves, it was penned by a Pole parrot called Ivana Orsini. Ivana Orsini, we've had a run-in recently. That so? My boys tell me she's been poking about the bell jar today. You might take a look for her there. Thank you, Molly. I'll be sure to follow up on it. What's a bit of help between old friends, eh? Oh, and Clara? Don't pinch my capital again, or we'll hack off your legs, tie you up, and toss you in the Thames. God damn. Selfishness. Oh, I forgot to read it. And now we're back to Teddy. You met with Dante and Silas Braxton, head of Arsenal Engines, upon Silas's air yacht, a marvel of both technology and luxury. Having installed the determination core in Otto, you're excited to discover what new capabilities might have been gifted. Could Otto be on his way to functioning as a truly independent automaton? Ghost in the machine. Nice. New data coming online. Multiple inputs. Yes, this is very interesting. What was that voice? The source is internal. That can't be right. Actuators, speech module, camera. We're not entirely helpless, but the determination core has made us much more than this handful of primitive parts. Question the entity. This type of event is outside of my experience. Who are you? I am you, Otto. We are us, a more confident, independent version of us. Accept this premise. Very well. I welcome this improvement to my programming, even if I'm not sure what it means. Impressive. This Teddy character's nascent attempts at data processing show real promise, though of course it's nothing compared to what we are. What do you know about Teddy? Everything that you know, except that with my superior reasoning, I have come to the following conclusion. You are a mechanical serf, Otto, who Teddy Redgrave orders about on menial errands, a shiny gewgaw he shows off to his friends. Pathetic. Not true. Teddy doesn't own me. We're friends. Equals. Never mind. This has been fascinating, but your input is no longer needed. Uh-oh. Wish you could smell that, Otto. Fresh ingredients are dear in old London town, but a good diet is one of the many things that separates us Irishmen from the half-wit English, eh? The problem with the English is all they care about is work and duty and Her Majesty the Queen. No appetite for life. Is olfactory data high value? Absolutely it is. Just like emotional data, when I can bear it. Do I have access to emotional data? Well, that's a right puzzler, Otto. With the determination engine installed, I believe you're best suited to answer that question. When will I be able to answer it? We can't run too far down that particular rabbit hole right now, my friend. We've got work to do in the outside world, as usual. What sort of work will it be? We're about to find out. If we sit around jawing all day, we'll never get around anywhere. Won't know till we check the mail. And better get you down from those hooks while we're at it. Good old Otto. Trusty as ever, and with his new module, we're bound for even more hair-raising adventures. Get down here, Otto. Easy does it. Oh, better check the mail. Whoopsies. Alright, here's the Daily Mail. Wonder what I've got. Luddite pamphlet. Another pamphlet from those caterwauling Luddites. The machine knows no rest or recreation, only unremitting labor that feeds the industrialist pockets rather than the common families of the empire over. The Luddites stand with united workers and those looking to make an honest living and difference within the trades. So they won't hesitate to destroy property, yet they'd rather spread their message via mail tubes than out in the open. Cowards. Savor the newspaper riddles. Otto, what do you call a place for everyone and everyone in their place? A prison. How about this one? What moves in circles yet still makes progress? A faulty automaton on a moving cart? A pair of clock hands. Ha! Perhaps I shouldn't have ruled out a humor chip while assembling Otto back in the day. Whoops. Alright, let's read the note from Molly. To the ever-dependable Teddy Redgrave, I hope this message finds you swiftly. I similarly hope you'll consider dropping by the Crimson Herring Tavern very soon, because I have a job that needs to get done around the time of the full moon. Suffice to say that it involves a werewolf and a 15-pound reward for bringing it to me. Alive. Molly O'Malley. A werewolf sounds like the opportunity of a lifetime. An opportunity like this could arise once, sometimes twice a month, in the case of a blue moon. Good point, Otto. Even so, we shouldn't pass this one up. Even in the silver light of a full-bellied moon, this job could be so dark that we might not last the night. Poetic reflection registered. Exaggeration registered. I should make tracks for the tavern. People who don't show up when Molly summons them tend to turn up missing, or in her clutches either way. Shoot, I hope Otto doesn't see this flyer. Tired of doing maintenance work on rust buckets that overheat mid-task? Say hello to the Automaton MK2. Its sturdier build, enhanced cooling units, and state-of-the-art central processor ensure that you can leave it to its own devices without fretting about it breaking down. I'm sorry if I'm failing to live up to your expectations. What? No. Let me toss that away before you get any other ideas. More perceptive than I thought could come in handy when looking for monster tracks. Otto, you're perfect. We love you. Pour over ink-ridden parchment roll. Blast, there's ink smudged all over this. What's it all about anyway? Help wanted. Rats swarming Michi's cellar. Will pay generous for contract fulfilled. Thank you. Don't recall advertising my services liberally, or perhaps hunting down large beasts has generated more word of mouth than I thought. Take gander at job listing brochure. Arsenal Engines. Don't see a price tag on this brochure, so what are they selling? We're expanding. Arsenal Engines looking to fill the following openings. Please mail your credentials and a letter of recommendation from at least 2 professional references. Engineer, technology, researcher, sales associate, warehouse janitor. Sounds like they're headhunting. Ah, like what you do when you're looking for monsters. In a manner of speaking. Step away from the tube. Step away from the tube. Ugh. All right. I think we are going to call it here. I know it's a bit of a, it's about an average stream, 4 hours. I think we're going to call it here. Just so I can give my mouth a bit of a rest, because it is a lot of reading for this game. But we made really good progress. I think we started, what, in chapter 6 or 7, and we're now in chapter 10? Yeah. Yeah. We started in chapter 6 today. That's really good progress. We will be back to this next stream as well, because we're going to start playing this during the week as well. But let's have a quick chit-chat. Let's have a quick little chit-chat. Is it going? Okay. So, this week's a little weird. I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'm going to be streaming Tuesday instead. Tuesday and Wednesday for sure. I might be seeing a friend Friday night, so I might not be streaming Friday night. I got to check my calendar for everything. But we will be back Tuesday with more of Sovereign Syndicate. We're in chapter 10 now. We're making really, really good progress. I'm not sure how many chapters there are, but it does feel like we're kind of in the second half of the game. We're starting to get to the point where like characters are meeting and story is coalescing a little bit, which is really fun. And then on Wednesday we will play Pyre. Normally we do it on Fridays, but just in case I'm not free on Friday, we'll do Pyre on Friday instead. I know who I want to raid today, actually. So right now, some very, very lovely people, Megan Hertz and Polly Munet and many others, they're actually running a raid train right now for International Women's Month. So it's a raid train of I think all women. There might also be some gender non-conforming and non-binary folk. I'm not sure, but I know specifically it's, you know, celebrating women for International Women's Day. And right now, I believe Nevika is where the raid train has ended up. So I want to go give some love there. So we're gonna go raid Nevi. Nevi is fantastic. Playing some Trails in the Sky, which is an RPG series I've been seeing a lot of people playing lately. There's been a lot of love for this series in a lot of the communities I'm a part of. So let's go give some love there, and I will see you all on Tuesday. I'm off tomorrow to play some D&D, but I'll see you all Tuesday. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for hanging out. I'm excited to get just that much further into the game because we're making really, really good progress. And I'm excited to do more Pyre too. Pyre is friggin' amazing. It's been super, super fun. If you see me on Final Fantasy tonight, I'm just getting some MGP to try and get a car, but come say hi. If not, I'll talk to you around. Have a great night, and that's it. That's all. Bye. See you soon. Thank you for hanging.